Once again, I am here to interrupt Garlips' poetry. We've heard it once already. We don't need to hear it again. You could be saying the same about me, of course, and you'd be fully justified for doing so. Hello, everyone. Once again, we are back with StruggleR's Season 4. This is our 5th race and our 3rd one in a row from a consecutive point of view. We haven't had a day off yet, so it's going to be fun. This is going to be exciting. Can you guess what we're racing today? Well, if you've been paying attention in our previous races, you know what we're racing today. But no, we are racing. Yeah, it's a very long sting, that is. We're racing Paint.js. Very specifically, we're going to be sticking it in a solo player archipelago. Our players will have a little bit of nonsense to deal with, but we'll get onto that in a minute. As you know, I am Lovenflufen, and I'm going to be one of your commentators, but I do have a backup to do the heavy lifting when I get too far down on the nonsense, as I am prone to do. I'm going to be joined by Randomized TV. How are you doing, Randomized?
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to seeing these artists' skills. I believe they've been learning the techniques. They've been watching old Bob Ross episodes to warm up for this or something. Maybe, I don't know.
Excellent. And you yourself, you've already participated in Season 4. You were our opening race, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in the snake race. So
excellent. How did that go?
I had a very, very fun time with that.
Yeah,
I had a fairly decisive victory over Garlips, but I still got stuck on that one damn stone one for so long.
It's okay. You said the important bit, which was that you had a decisive victory over Garlips.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
Absolutely. So StruggleR, of course, is brought to you by the Wheel of Struggle. We are a gaming group that play different games every week based on an arbitrary wheel spin. For the Wheel of Struggle, there is no practice allowed. It's just a 5-hour or varying test to see how good you are in any given game that comes up. And StruggleR, which is our off-season event that you are currently watching, is the polar opposite. Our racers throw down specific challenges with usually clearly defined rules, and you're allowed to practice your heart out. It's a real test of rehearsed skill, whereas the wheel is a bit more of a test of intuitive skill. And you can find us anywhere where you might search Wheel of Struggle, be that YouTube, be that Blue Sky, be that the wheelofstruggle.com website, Twitch, or, of course, Discord. The race itself, it says snake because I was lied to by someone that I trust very, very dearly. We are not racing snake. We are racing Paint.js.
Thank goodness, not another snake race. We've had enough.
We won't be doing target score all boards either. It's going to be 4 images in a 1st to 2 race. So even if one of our players gets 2 in the first 2, we will play the other 2 images. There are 4 pieces of art that have been prepared by me. I cannot promise them to be great. If you find them ungreat, I don't want to hear about it. Our players are going to race in Paint.js to reach 80% similarity with the goal image. The randomized solo archipelago bit that I mentioned before is they're going to start with a single tool. We've got them all their rooms have been created off the same seed, so they'll have the same RNG per image. But they're going to start with a single tool, a specific color depth, and a lot of restriction that will progressively unlock as they get closer and closer to the target image. Again, it's going to be a 1st to 2 with the picture ending at an hour if they don't make it, and then whoever gets closest is going to be the winner for that. I don't know if it was agreed upon, but it was floated that a tiebreaker might be people's amalgamated score, but I don't know if that was actually agreed upon. Of course, there's no need for a tiebreaker for first place, but there could be a tiebreaker required for second and third. But we'll wing it out. I personally am thinking paint off. But that's neither here nor there. Let's get into our players, shall we? I don't actually know who the first player is, so I'm going to have a little peek, and now I do. They are the undisputed Wheel of StruggleR champion. I believe they've never tasted the bitter sting of defeat. This race is their sort of mastered invention, and they are a true powerhouse when it comes to racing. It's Hextree. Hello, Hextree. Do you remember what your first race with us was?
It was either Mirror's Edge or No, it was Mirror's Edge, I think.
It was. It was both your first race and your first win. But of course, that's easy to remember because you've actually got 4 wins and 0 losses. You are at a 100% win-loss ratio. How do you feel about that?
Well, win streaks or so last season. It's all about the Gilo now.
It's all about the Gilo. Of course, this is a score that has been invented by Gekish, which is what the G actually stands for. You would be mistaken if you thought it was Garlips. No, as much as he would love to be the mastermind behind Gilo, no, that credit goes to Gekish. And it's our new way of assessing our skill. But on that note, you've got a Gilo of 1548, which is not shoddy.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Excellent. And of course, to round out your statistics, your most recent win was a Mass Effect race. Are you hoping you'll be adding to those wins today?
I'm hoping. I watched Garlips doing a couple of streams, and I'm a bit worried now. He picked it up pretty quickly, so it could be my first loss. I think it'll be quite a tough race either way.
Excellent. Well, we'll hit you with a couple more questions in a second, but for now, we're going to move on to our second player, who again, I don't know who he's put as the second player. Yes, I do now. Our second player, mastermind behind StruggleR, putting on their third race in a row. So just come off the back of an Ocarina of Time and a Classic Sonic 3-game race. It is the one, the only, Garlips.
Hello. Terribly
Hi.
sorry about the whole race name thing. I've sent you an update. Don't worry about it now, but once the race is underway, you can get that thing stop saying snake. I apologize.
Thank you very much. Garlips, you've run 31 races with StruggleR now. It's almost like every time I talk to you, that number goes up.
I'm not running in the next race, I'm quite happy to say. So.
No, I think the next race I'm running in. I think we're trading places for the next race.
We are. That's going to be nice. Also, I like my avatar. I'm looking at the stream right now. It's quite good. Who drew that? That's pretty talented artist.
I don't know, but the text is interesting. Yes, so Yosh did pick up on it with Hex. I usually leave your stream layouts well enough alone, but I thought this is a paint-themed race. I've seen you practicing paint, and I just knew that image would make a great replacement for your profile picture. So then I reached out to Hex as well and was like, "Hey, do you want to draw yours as well, just so that it continues?"
Oh, neat. Oh, I just missed Hex. I'll have to watch it on the VOD, but yeah.
We'll just see it in a bit for the All Racers screen because I've replaced it everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant.
But you're at 8 wins and 23 losses, and you've got a GLO of 1418 and a win-loss ratio of 25.8%. How do you feel about that, Garlips?
It took a knock from Sonic yesterday, but I'm still riding high on the improvement that came from the Zelda race. So yeah, I'm feeling good. I don't like massively back my chances today, but I feel like I can hold my own enough. It's going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out. I don't feel it's as a foregone conclusion as some of Hex's races have been previously. So that in and of itself is exciting. Plus, DMAC has decided to join us as well, and he's very much an unknown quantity. So it could go any way today, and that's going to be very exciting.
I believe his quantity is 1. I've not met more than one DMAC, but I could be wrong.
True. Yes, I phrased that poorly. There's only one DMAC.
But thank you, Garlips. We'll be back with you in a second. We may as well move on to our third player now, as they've sort of been spoiled already. They joined at the last possible second and are here to upset the wagon, as it were. They are a prominent racer in their own right, and a bit of a controversial figure if you like Fallout 3 or pencils. It is DMAC.
You know, I think Garlips honestly sold me better than I ever could. There is, and there always will be, only one DMAC.
There absolutely is only one DMAC. DMAC, do you remember what your first race with us was?
Ooh, I believe it was... SMZ3 against Mark and Kyle.
That is on your stat card. That was your most
noticed,
recent.
I've just noticed that his card is also wrong.
His card is wrong. See, this is why Garlips had me had me host the first 5 things, was so that he could consistently get things wrong.
I can tell you, hang on, I'm just going to look up what DMAC's actual first race was. It was season 2, I believe. Let's have a look.
I'm going to trust DMAC. He says it's SMZ3 randomizer.
It was the first SMZ3 randomizer because there have been 2.
Yeah, the first one I was solidly in last place.
You were second. You beat Kylorian. Don't ever forget that.
I didn't know that was possible.
Oh, it's possible. I did it the other night. It's easy. I would use the word easy.
No, I'd have to take it from the master. Unfortunately, he declined a rematch last season.
Unfortunate. Cowardice, I believe, is the motivating factor behind that declination. But you have run 6 races, maybe. I'm not sure anymore. I have no faith in the card.
I actually don't think so. I definitely have not run Trap Trick.
You've definitely not run Trap Trick.
You have run 6 races and you've got 3 loss, 3 win, so 50% ratio. That's all correct.
That's what he says to us. We don't know.
I've got the spreadsheet open. The spreadsheet doesn't lie.
Is this GLO 1508?
I believe so. I don't have the GLO spreadsheet open.
Well, this interview is just shit, isn't it, DMAC?
I'm so sorry.
I think we all know who to blame here.
Yes, we most certainly do, and I'll look forward to you blaming him through dealing a crippling, humiliating defeat. Make him come in last place. That'll show him.
It's all Hobby 10's fault.
Oh dear, we're pulling in additional parties into this dispute. Right, well, that is all 3 of our players. You can see them side by side there, looking absolutely fantastic. Randomised, you've been very patient in the chaos that's just ensued. Do you have any questions for any of our 3 racers?
Yeah, I do have a question. I want to ask what their favorite tool is. The paint has a lot of different tools. What's the favorite of these racers here?
X,
do you want to go first? Did you say Garlips? I was going to say Kylo. Kylo's my favorite tool.
I mean, out of all the tools, it's the one you're most excited to receive, at least in our archipelago, is generally paintbrush. But I mean, color picker also excites me. But if you just mean like favorite in general in paint, I don't know. In my practice, I've become more fond of the line tool now, I think. The straight line tool.
Oh, okay.
Nice. For me, it's spray paint. I've had a couple of spray paint starts. I like spray paint.
That would be my pick if I had to pick one. Would definitely be the spray paint. I think it's very iconic to MS Paint specifically.
How about you, DMAC?
I think I'd be remiss if I said anything other than the pencil tool.
That is nice because I believe the pencil tool has like the no anti-aliasing, so all of the pixels are like exactly that color.
That is far too much tool knowledge for me.
I've spent a lot of time in MS Paint. I was bored on my computer with nothing else to do a lot.
I should keep that in mind. Do you have any other questions for our racers?
No, but I want to wish them good luck, and I hope to see some wonderful masterpieces from all three of you.
Well, good luck with that.
That's wonderfully sporting from the commentator who's not in the race. But as you know, we're not about sporting. We are, but we're not. But we are, but we're not. Hextree, do you have any fighting words for your opponents?
Just remember to stay within the lines.
Garlips, do you have any fighting words for your opponents?
No. And to be honest, I'm on very shaky ground because of the various mishaps that have already incurred with this stream. So I'm gonna shut up and paint. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, DMAC, do you have any fighting words for your opponents?
I think we're all here for a good time, not a long time. And I'll make sure we're not here for a long time.
Excellent. Well, it has been a nightmare that haunts me that we're not going to be here for a long time, because of course I have prepared all the images that our racers are going to be using tonight, and it's been haunting me that they're going to complete them all in like 10 minutes. So if that happens, sorry. Let's transition over onto the race screen where our player... Okay. Now, I've not seen these because I was busy on the other screen. Our players have all been doodling. Isn't that lovely?
Gotta get warmed up.
Yeah. DMAC appears to have drawn the flag of Norway and a message. Would you like to read that message, DMAC, or...?
I think it speaks for itself, to be honest.
It speaks for itself. Okay, we'll make the racers watch the VOD. Garlips, you've made a pledge in your picture.
Yes.
Would you like to read it?
I promise not to draw cock and balls. Just remember that's not legally binding.
I've also noticed that you didn't mention breasts.
The tits. Yeah, I drew some. Look, I even played noughts and crosses with myself, and I beat myself. So that's like another win for my Gello, maybe.
Excellent.
We'll have to talk to the judges to see if we can allow that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, because, you know, if you beat yourself, yes, you would gain Jello, but you would also lose Jello.
I didn't really think that through, did I?
Has someone started the prediction? Yes.
I believe the prediction has been and gone, because I was going to
put my money on it.
No, the prediction's open for another 5 minutes.
Oh.
You can bet on
Excellent. Okay.
Da Vinci, Hexanado Da Vinci, or DMAC. Those are our predictions. I don't know who started that, because I didn't start that.
I believe Mr. Matt must have handled it, given the names.
Thank you, Mr. Matt. We love you, Mr. Matt. Even when you're not by my side, you are by my side.
There we go. Right, now I can close stream. I put some money in.
Right. Your images are all lovely, but I suppose at this point we should now prepare to race. I'm going to distribute your first paint image into the Paint Solo Archie chat, if that is an appropriate place for it.
Yeah, that works. You mean the little speech bubble inside the VC chat, yeah?
No, I meant the scheduled races forum, but I can put it in this chat specifically. Usually people struggle to find that chat more than a dedicated.
Oh yeah,
a dedicated chat.
Fair comment, actually.
So I can put it in there. There we go. I'm going to distribute that now. Your first picture shall be that.
Okay.
Thank you, O generous host.
You are more than welcome. Once all of our races are on the appropriate screen with the image loaded, I will count us in for our first of the races.
Sorry, where did you say you were pasting the image?
I put it in the live races, like the chat channel that's attached to the call.
Got it.
Has everyone got it open?
DMAC has not. There we go. Are all of our races ready to commence?
Give me just a second because I just realized I don't have the archipelago thing open, and I kind of want that open so that I can see what I'm unlocking as I go.
Yeah, but you're not meant to have that open.
Are we not?
Wait, which? Talk about the room. The problem is the room has a link to the seed, I think. Which
Oh, so we would see everyone else's progress.
I don't actually know, but
Well, better to not do it then, just on the safe side. That's okay. I'll work it out from what unlocks what I can see in front of me.
I can try like yelling whenever any of you unlock anything.
They won't hear you.
Oh, we won't hear you. Yeah.
Never mind. I will yell into the void.
It's okay. If we unlock stuff, it will either become incredibly apparent to us, or we'll just figure it out. That's fine.
Tater thinks Hex is coming through twice. It better not be. How would that even be occurring?
should I be clicking mute in?
No, it's because it's because your Video Ninja's picking up your microphone, but that's okay because nothing valuable is coming through Video Ninja from an audio perspective. So I've just muted your feed and that's fixed it.
Right.
Okie dokie. Right, all of our races are now ready. Begin painting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. They've started.
They have. All 3 of our races are now off, and we're going to be doing a classic image. I promise you the images get sillier. I wanted to open up for them with something a little bit different. This is their target image. If you, for some reason, because they're going to be like distorting it and having overlays on it, we've got a target image feed for you, so you can see what the image is going to look like. I do say this image is gentle. It's gentle in regards to the fact that this is the only one of the remaining images that I have not edited in any way. It is just a Persona 5 piece that has been cropped to 800 by 600 and then exported as a PNG, as the randomizer requires. This is completely unedited, but the amount of detail in the characters, we may see this one go on for a little bit. Although Hex is
right
already
away,
at 8%.
Yeah, we're seeing here. So they've started off with the circle tool unlocked. They didn't have anything else at the beginning, but now they've already unlocked the color picker as well. And there's a difference in strategy here as well. Hex went immediately with the black background, whereas the other two went with a red background initially.
Hex actually painted what I consider his greatest masterpiece with an elliptical tool start. So I think he's probably a little bit comfortable with how the elliptical tool works. Now, for those of you wanting to watch this race, in the bottom right corner, you'll see 2 numbers. Garlips is a little bit blurry, but the other 2 are crystal clear. And that number represents 2 things. It represents their current progress, and it also represents something that doesn't really matter for a solo archipelago, which is like the game logic. It's the upper limit where it could hide things for other players with regards to their archi progress. So you don't need to care about that second number, because that second number doesn't matter in a solo archipelago. It's just that number on the left, the 14.771, if you're looking at hexes, for example. And they're trying to get that to 80%, which will win them the round. The second a person hits 80, that's the end of the round.
See, there's also a difference in strategy here, where Hex Tree is kind of just going and getting a general, like, they're not trying to be very precise with any particular part of it. They're just trying to get stuff generally correct. Whereas Garlips is a lot more focused on this small section of the photo. And so Garlips right now has not made as much progress because he's focusing on a much smaller part of the image, but this may potentially lead to Garlips getting ahead later, but it means that Garlips is going to be a bit slower when unlocking these tools.
Quantum asking a very legitimate question. Once they unlock copy, they can just copy the base image. No, so the creator of this Archi has thought that through. You can copy things out, you cannot copy things in. So if you wanted to take your image, the Archi saves it for you anyway, but if you wanted to take your image and take it out of Paint, you certainly can. But no, you can't just copy it in. You say it's being sarcastic, but it is a legitimate thing, because there's always one person who'd be like, "Can't I just copy this? Why aren't they just copying it?" The tool has factored in for that.
The copy tool doesn't seem like it'll be very useful here in particular, because there's not kind of any repeating pattern or anything like that. A lot of the image just looks like every single part of the image is completely different from each other. So the copy tool is not going to be great here. I think something that might do these players well, they've already unlocked the color pick tool, so colors should not be a huge problem for them. But getting either the pencil or the paintbrush might be pretty big for them to get some of the more fine details in.
The problem with unlocking the color pick tool so early, and it's only really a problem in this context, because it's an incredibly useful tool in any other situation, is it now makes palette unlocks useless. And there are a lot of palette unlocks to come ahead. Because what the color pick tool will do, they don't have full color depth yet. So whereas outside of the archipelago, you could just pick any color and it will get that color. Because they don't have full color depth, the color pick tool will get as close as it can, but it may not give you the exact color.
So do you know what's going on then? There's a little bit of discoloration on the main image here. So what's that about?
Yes. So the discoloration is it's showing the races. It's like a HUD. It's showing them, first of all, what their canvas actually covers. Because if you look at their canvas size, their canvas doesn't match the image. And it's because they actually have to unlock the canvas space. And you can see DMAC's just done it, Hex will have already done it, and Garlips has got it as well. They actually have to unlock that additional canvas space to be able to paint there. And what the overlay is showing as they paint is it's a bit of an indicator of where they've applied paint. And that's helping them see, in relation to their main image, where they're actually putting their lines, to try and help them with the accuracy. You'll notice that sometimes a player's percentage will drop. The percentage is not frozen, it doesn't stay at your highest. The main cause for that will be additional canvas, which is usually only a very short-term drop, because you have all this extra space that you can fill in with color and therefore get higher than you were before. But players can undo their own progress. If Hex were to just fill his entire canvas white suddenly, he'd probably be worse off than he was. So they can undo their progress. It won't take the tool away from you if that happens.
So Garlips was initially quite far behind, but now it seems to be, you know, coming back into the lead almost. Garlips is certainly, you know, that initial start there, where Garlips was trying to do all those small details, might have very well helped Garlips in the long run, because it means that Garlips isn't really going to have to go back to that part of the image ever again, because it seems pretty much detailed enough.
It depends. It depends whether the computer likes the color or not, because this is it's doing a similarity comparison, which means, and one of the things that Garlips falls into in particular when I've been watching him practice, he doesn't like to revisit the image, and there can be bits on the image, like at one point there was like a massive blood stain on a blue chest plate that he'd drawn. And he just never went back to do that, because in his mind he was like, I've done the chest plate, it's blue, it's scoring, it's good. And he never went back to get those extra points. And that can hurt Garlips a little bit in the late game. So we'll see if he does that now.
Yeah, because that P looks pretty good, but it definitely could use some cleanup once Garlips has unlocked some of the maybe more precise tools in the arsenal.
The computer is, and one of the things that makes Hex really good at this is sort of, Hex is by his own admission not a strong artist, whereas Garlips is. And you'd think, how could someone who's not an artist stack up to someone who is an artist? And it's because you're being assessed, your similarity is being assessed by a computer, and Hex is a very logical person, and he's able to take what the computer will consider similar colors and similar shapes and overlay them in a way that will score him the game. Whereas Garlips, he often falls into his own head about, how do I make a piece of art? And any artists out there know, making art takes time, and it takes focus, and it takes, quite, for a lot of people, quite slow precision, which is sort of the opposite you need when you're racing.
Garlips has now overtaken Hextree, though, despite that.
He has.
Just barely. They're like neck and neck now, which is pretty crazy, because Garlips is quite far behind at the very beginning. It seems to have caught up quite a bit now. DMAC is struggling a little bit, still trying to get those letters just right. And yeah, DMAC is going to be struggling here for a while, because they need to unlock more of the canvas in order to make any significant progress.
I would call out, it was a little bit late, but Wugger asking, can we label this art style as Gympressionist? I like that. You can label it whatever you want.
I'm not writing off DMAC already. I'm just saying that DMAC is going to have to do something different here, because the strategy that they're using right now does not seem to be working in their favor. They're going to have to make some changes to the way that they try and approach this one. Again, really only with the circle tool. They've not yet unlocked any of the other tools, it seems.
DMAC status absolutely written off.
Like, is there what the circle tool, can they only make filled in circles, or can they make, like, you know, not filled in circles as well? Because that might
you can do not filled in circles.
Yeah, because I haven't seen any of the racers actually try that, and I think that might be quite useful here, particularly for that, like, curve on the P. You could use just like the outline of a circle maybe to get that just right.
It's I think they're playing the computer a little bit, because the computer is, what it's actually doing is it's only taking pixel by pixel and comparing like the color accuracy, and that's all it's doing. It's just doing it for every single pixel. So in generally, and this becomes less true the further into the picture you go, generally big blocks of color score you higher than precision line work, which is why they don't want to use like the not hollowed out circle.
I see. That makes sense. Garlips falling a little bit behind now. Hextree pulling ahead slightly. They've like just come on to a new part of the canvas.
Amaro asks, so we're going to tell them who won or wait until they're all done. Hex's rules for this are we will stop the race immediately. So they will know who's won each image, yes. Do have some music for you, like actual music, like real music.
We gotta get some beats to MS Paint too. I will say as well, I didn't point it out at the time, but I've just remembered. My profile picture at the beginning, you saw it was like a little, a little orange TV with a smiley face on it. Fun fact, that was actually drawn in MS Paint.
Well, excellent. Your very presence is on brand with the race then.
Yeah, I think so. I made it in MS Paint like probably about 9 years ago now, which is a crazy long time ago. It's kind of scary actually. Yeah, we can see here again, Garlips is going for the small details, really trying to nail in this face here.
I like that DMAC zoomed out on his canvas because we can sort of see what he's trying to do and like how the picture's shaping up.
Yeah, Hextree zoomed like all the way in, really trying to get this 5 down. But it's working. Hextree is getting some unlocks. Oh my goodness, Hextree has unlocked the spray paint tool. I've just noticed.
Oh, there you go. It's a field day.
And Garlips also has as well, but I don't know if Garlips has noticed.
No, he's just clicked it.
Oh, there we go. We're going to see the spray paint tool in action now. I think Garlips said that this was his favorite tool. So this might be good for Garlips.
Everyone pointing out that Garlips loves the spray paint, so of course he was going to notice. Yeah, see, Hex is...
That's true, yes.
Hex is settling on my theory about the spray paint. So my theory about the spray paint is that it is deceptively... And if you look at Hex's picture on the right, you can sort of see it in action. The spray paint is deceptively not as helpful as your eye is telling you that it is. Because the computer is comparing colour by colour, pixel by pixel, all those little gaps that it leaves that us as artists go, that's texture, that's nice, is actually not helping you, because that, if that was solid colour, that could have also been scored.
That is true. It can be useful for filling in like some small spaces, but you have to keep it on the image for quite a while to make sure it plugs up all those little holes. So it can be good at getting quite detailed, but it's not fast. It takes some time.
Yep, absolutely.
So I think, yeah, Hextree and Garlips both have been mainly opting to avoid it and mainly just sticking to the good old circle tool. Oh, Hextree is now unlocked I believe that's the select tool.
Not the most helpful of tools in this situation.
It is useful because you can use it to make rectangles. If you just select a rectangle of white, then you can just move that somewhere and have a nice corner. but it's a fairly niche use case, and it could be useful for like the big letters at the top, but apart from that, it's gonna be fairly limited in what it can do.
Hex is he gave us a lovely little zoom out there. Hexes is really coming along. 48.7%, 46.5 for Garlips, and 34.4 for DMAC. So DMAC is progressing, but just not at the same pace.
The goal is 80%, right?
Yes, the second they hit 80%, the race ends.
So by the numbers, we are like over halfway there, but it's not quite that easy because the last, like, getting that last couple percentage is gonna be much harder than getting the first, like, 70%.
And that's what typically happens in these races. You get a lot of free percentage when you're filling in the big bulks of color, but once all the big bulks of color are filled out, you're in a very, oh, well, now what situation, and that's when you have to start doing what Hex is doing, which is, he's going in, he doesn't have a better tool, which is why he's using the paint can. He'd much rather have the brush for this, if what I've seen in his practice is anything to go by. But he's going in and he's really getting that detail now.
Yeah, so it really could still be anyone's game at this point. It's not quite over yet. We've still got to get that last few percentage points at the end, and that's really gonna decide who wins here, who can get those fine details in.
And our other players don't have it open, but you can see what Hex is unlocking as he unlocks it, which gives you an indication of what our other races will unlock as well, because they're on the same seed. So you can see for Hex's last 4 progressions, all he got was additional palette colors, which they're a little bit of a bane in these paint races, because what you want are your brushes, you want extra canvas, and then you just get additional palette color, additional palette color, additional palette color.
Yeah, I mean, it can be useful to store some of those eyedrop colors for quicker access, but at this point, having this many of them is somewhat redundant.
Yeah, you'll find none of our players will actually store the eyedrop color. They'll just go and get it again, because I think it takes about the same amount of time to go and get it from the source image as it would to get it from the bottom of the palette.
Yeah, that's true. None of the players are opting to use any of these palette colors.
Oh, Hex has unlocked text. At 50.5, he's got text.
Well, that might be good then. If, see the Persona 5 text right here, you could maybe get that with a text if you can find a similar enough font, but it is like slanted, so it might be a little bit tricky. They might have to do some italics or something.
Yeah, they're probably better off. So the only real use for text is if you start with it and have no other tool. Again, because you're just looking for color. You get the text as large as you can possibly get it, and you just like fill the space with A's, and that is your method of painting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically you could use it as a circle tool if you typed in a bunch of dots or commas or something, but it's a very inefficient circle tool.
Peter says, you can really see the pain and suffering in DMAC's painting. It's overwhelming and yet peaceful. Yeah, so I keep talking about an image that I thought was going to be done instantly. That's not this image, it's the next one. The next image is the one that I am suspicious may be completed a bit too fast. But
I guess that'd be interesting to see a difference, because this is like, it's the difference between a marathon and a sprint. It's different skills being tested.
Yeah, most importantly, this is the only image that I would describe as honest, in the sense that I have not altered this image aside from cropping it to fit the parameters required for an image for this race, which is 800 by 600 and saved as a PNG. This is the only image I have not doctored in any way. The other 3 images for this race I have edited. Some a little, some a lot. Garlips having to reconnect to the room there just because his randomizer wasn't unlocking things. It does happen sometimes. And now it thinks he's at minus 3.49%.
Oh dear. This is not ideal.
I suspect we'll get a help needed in a second from Garlips. The race is rigged. It is a little bit rigged because Garlips was actually, he wasn't far behind Hex in this image. I don't remember saying I forgot that the mushroom is called mushroom. Do you remember the context under which I said it? Because I don't remember saying that. There you go. Garlips has got his percentage back now.
Wonderful. See, this is really getting into like the PC aspect of this, the Windows XP aspect. You're having technical difficulties. You're just trying to use MS Paint. It really makes the race like more immersive.
You can see now Hex is at this. He's once again having to like really zoom in to find small blotches of color that he can score, but he is finding them. Garlips opting to texture some hair here. This is of course Joker. You've never played Persona 5. That's Joker in the middle. It's the only Persona game that I like, believe it or not.
I've not played Persona 5.
It had no bearing in why I picked
Joker
it.
from Smash Bros.
Yeah, he does feature in Smash Bros. He's quite a good character in Smash Bros as well. No, the Persona 5 being the only Persona that I like had no bearing in me picking this image. I was looking for quite some time for a cover art that had many characters on it that didn't have realism in its artwork. And I first had Yakuza 5, but Yakuza 5 is kind of dull and it's kind of all brown and not that interesting. So I because I was on Yakuza 5, my brain went Persona 5, and that's how I got Persona 5. I am not a fan of Persona 4. I have got the remaster to play. It's on my list. But I'm not the biggest fan. And don't get me started on 3. Oh. But we're not here to talk about Persona, we're here to talk about our racers. And Hex has got another big unlock there. He's actually unlocked his eraser tool, as well as at 51 and 51.5. He got some progressive color depth for green and red. I'll explain it once now, and then maybe once again a little bit later. Progressive color depth. If you've ever been in Paint and you've tried to pick a color, there's RGB, I believe, Paint.js uses. There's a red, green, and blue slider, and you combine those sliders to get a specific color. You're mixing a color based on those sliders. The color depth for our players is restricted, so they can only add so much red, so much green, so much blue, and they have to unlock the ability to add more red, more green, and more blue. What that effectively does is it increases the variety of colors that they can get, and that affects not just their color select for their palette, but it also affects the pipette as well, the color picker. The color picker is constrained by what color depth they have available to them.
Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, Hextree getting that eraser tool, rubber tool, whatever, that's going to be pretty big, because Hextree can essentially just use that as a paintbrush by changing the background color whatever you erase will become that background color.
And as you can see, Hex is doing exactly that, as you predicted. Hex is using his eraser to paint.
So that's gonna maybe speed up Hextree's progress here, just having the ability to paint in all those extra colors.
That's a huge
Like you can see here,
find.
the Hextree has like unlocked 2 new parts of the canvas without even realizing it, completely just uncolored in.
Yeah, huge find for Hextree to get all that extra canvas space, because he's so close to the end already that his text client's in the way. Get out of the way. Yeah, you know, this could be the sprint to the finish, because he was so high scoring on the image so far that now he gets to fill in a bunch of block color, and he's unlocked the pencil, which, you know, there's no real difference between the pencil and the paintbrush in the sense of like the block color, because they can plus it to whatever size they want. Obviously, your cool little fact that was caught about the everything the pencil draws being the color that it draws will help.
Yeah, I thought that it was like so I was saying that the pencil tool is not anti-aliased, whereas the paintbrush is. But actually, in this version of Paint, that's not true. They're both anti-aliased. So the main difference between the paintbrush and the pencil is that the paintbrush can do a bigger variety of like shapes of brushing. Like you can do a square brush, you can do a circle brush, you can do an angled brush, or you can. But with the pencil tool, you just have circle, and you can just make it bigger or smaller. Hextree basically unlocking everything in a frenzy now. Has the fill bucket, the line tool, the rectangle tool, the polygon tool. It's just unlocking everything so fast now.
Hater has a request to make sure the racers save these images for the Wheel of Struggle Art Hall area of Discord. I will make that request to them. They are allowed to decline it, but I will ask them if they will save and distribute their masterpieces from this race.
Yeah, I'm ready. I've got some magnets. I'm putting these all up on the fridge.
But I'll tell you what, the progress that Hex is making with this one, I 100% think the next one is going to end in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Hextree is just has to get that final 10% now. But as we said before, this final 10% is some of the more tricky to get. But Hextree has so much like untouched canvas space that it might not even be that big of a deal.
We may
could just run away with it.
We may, Mr. Matt. It depends on how much time has actually passed. There's no point doing racer chat when it's only 5 minutes since the last time we've seen them. Garlips is like really taking his time to draw out the letters persona.
Yeah, Garlips, I guess, thinking that like it is a big patch of image that is just like, you know, kind of, you know, just it's a very glaring issue with this picture is that it doesn't follow the text, but it's also a really awkward thing to try and paint in, especially with the spray tool. So I don't know.
Is this the biggest
I feel like
and most complex of the pieces today? No. Sorry, what were you going to say about Garlips?
I think that Garlips going for the text here might be a little bit of a mistake. I don't know if this is a good idea, because yes, it is a big glaring part of it, but I think they're like the difficulty of being able to do this with the spray paint. I don't think you can get quite as precise as you need to really detail this well. I think maybe like getting the text maybe a little bit lighter, you know, just like kind of slapdash doing it, then finding somewhere else and coming back to it. Whereas Garlips is trying to just go for it right now. The spray paint is slow, but you know, if Garlips does get this good enough, it means they won't have to worry about it ever again. But I think there are other areas of the canvas that could use a little bit more attention.
Tree, he's doing so well. He's just finding these blocks of color that he can just apply the paint, his brush to. He's making real use of the picker, and he's just going for exactly that. I don't want to repeat myself, but he's just identifying blocks of color and then coloring it in. And that's what you have to do for these similarity races. He's just got additional color depth blue as well, so extra blue in his mixer. What's back internet?
Hextree opting to mainly just use the pencil, even with all these tools at his disposal. He's mostly just going for the pencil, which I think makes sense. It's the most like intuitive to use. It's probably, you know, like it's the easiest one ever. It's very easy to understand. So it makes sense that they're just using that mainly, and the color picker. A lot of these tools now kind of becoming obsolete almost.
Going for the mask now. Look at that. And he's hurt his chances a little bit there. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, they do have undo, so they can basically just try stuff, and if it doesn't really work out, it's okay. They can just undo and it's gone.
Well, see, I disagree with that approach, and Hex is sort of illustrating why for me. When Garlips was practicing, he was literally drawing a line, and if his number went down at all, undoing the line. Hex has sort of ignored it and just carried on down the path of drawing what should be there, and has ended up on a higher number at the end. It's a bit of a make it worse to get better approach. Like, once you're at this higher percentage, you're trying to draw more of the actual shape, and you will lose a little bit, but so long as like your end score is higher, then you can sort of keep it. And that's sort of what Hex is doing. He's really not undoing very much.
It is quite tricky as well, because they need to have the colors in like the perfect positions. Like, you know, if you have like the Persona 5 logo, but it's like a little bit too far to the left, that's going to be way less points than if it's like bang on directly center. So they need to make sure that they get the color right, but also like they have to get it in the exact same position as it is in the base image, which can be a little bit tricky.
I've never been able to achieve that final step, Hobby 10. Whenever I used to draw, it starts off as nothing, gets fugly as, and gets progressively more fugly as the more I try to fix it.
I mean, that's kind of how you learn, though. You gotta just throw stuff on the wall and see what sticks. Sometimes you throw something at the wall, it doesn't quite stick, but that's okay, you can try again.
For the Persona 5 cover up. Step 1, draw a circle. Step 2, finish. Hex has made it feel a little bit like that. You know, all three of our races are doing well. Do not get me wrong. Garlips' Persona 5 does look beautiful for all of our criticism. But Hex is he's just making it work. And I don't know if any of you have gone into like the forum chat and seen his speed paint of Master Chief that he did he said it took him 30 minutes. He did the same there as well. He just sort of made circles, and eventually the circles just looked fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it's like what you were saying earlier, where Hextree is taking a much more logical approach to this, is doing it like, you know, finding the space in the image where it needs to be a different color and making it a different color. Whereas Garlips is more, you know, thinking about like the artistic, the image as a whole. How does it look? Does it look nice? Does it look bad? Rather than just trying to make the copy, as close to the original as possible. Because it's not necessarily about looking good. If your piece looks ugly, but the colors are somewhat similar to the original thing, then that's all that matters.
Well, I think you'll be surprised because it's a similarity picker. You'll get, you're aiming for 80%, not 100% similarity. So our race, Hex will have something that looks a bit like the image. See, when he zooms out, there's definitely a mess in the characters, but he is making the image even whilst trying not to make the image, just by following his sort of color theory.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It does Hextree's almost looks like if you took the original image and smeared it or got it wet.
Yes, that's a really good
like.
Analogy. He's dropped it in the pool.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we have seen Hextree slow down significantly. Hextree had a big burst of bam, 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 unlocking new stuff, unlocking canvas. But now all that's come to a little bit of a halt as Hextree has to hone in these finer details.
Yeah, he's now at that point that Garlips was focusing on for quite some time, where he's like, okay, there's a lot of color in this text that I now have to get a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, but I guess the difference now is Hextree has all of these tools at his disposal to be able to do this much more precisely than you'd be able to do with just the spray paint tool, for example.
Yeah, and I think that's part of playing the archipelago seat. The tool will come eventually, so it's about going I've only got the spray tool right now, so is it worth doing the exact characters now, or hoping that I get the pencil later on and then having some pencil fun?
I think Garlips might be nearing the point where Hextree was at when he unlocked the eraser tool. So maybe once that is unlocked to Garlips, once he gets there, just barely getting enough to unlock the eraser tool, then Garlips is also similarly gonna have a huge big rush of progress.
It's now really working on the shape of that persona text.
DMAC is also behind, but is catching up slightly to Garlips here. Has a much more rough interpretation of the image, but is kind of getting closer to that. It's getting there. The gap between Garlips and DMAC has been slowly closing over time.
And this is sort of a problem that Garlips has in his practice streams as well, as he starts strong. He was ahead of Hex at multiple points, and then he just loses momentum. And I do think it does come back to that not revisiting bits that he considers done.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the when Hextree was at this point, Hextree did not have the Persona 5 text looking nearly this clean. Hextree's going back to clean it up now because it looks pretty awful. Kind of just slapped some spray paint there and then was able to move on to something more productive.
Yeah, and contrary to Hex, who's been ignoring small percent losses, hoping that the end piece will make a higher percent, Garlips loves undoing. The second he draws a line and sees his percent goes down even a tiny bit, he undoes it. He doesn't commit to reworking the image.
Right, yeah. Garlips is now mainly seeming to like focus on this character up in the top left here, whose name I don't know because I haven't played this game. But I think that might be quite good. But then again, Garlips also has a lot of space, like just above this like cat's head. I don't know any of the names of these characters.
The cat is Morgana. And did you say the character in the top left Garlips is working on?
Yeah.
That's Futaba.
Okay, yeah, like right above like Morgana's head, there's like a big splotch that's like not quite the right color according to the comparison tool. That maybe could be corrected a little bit. But Garlips instead opting to work on these much smaller, finer details instead, thinking that, you know, that will maybe help him in the long run by not having to fuss over those small details later on in the race.
And it's again, it was if we were Garlips would dispute this because he would say he never wins a popularity contest. Garlips would have a chance if we were blindly asking chat. We've got 19 people here. If we were blindly asking chat to say which one looks most like the image and then deciding our winner based on that, Garlips could still very much have a chance with the amount of detail he's putting into like very specific things, and really, you know, he's taking the time to make Futaba look like Futaba. But Hex again is playing the PCs. Like chat have absolutely no say in whether this looks like it or not. The computer does, and all the computer cares about is color.
Yeah, I think the real important part is getting the shapes right. You want to get the shapes right. That's the main thing that is going to help here. Is, you know, making sure that you're coloring inside the lines and not like getting a bit messy and going over where you should be.
Which was the advice, you know, the advice the advice was to stay inside the lines. I mean, our players did hear that advice.
Extra, yeah, now having to like kind of Garlips is seeming a little bit frustrated maybe, but we can see Hextra here is now like having to clean up all those like little tiny particles of spray paint that he left in the image earlier by using the tool.
Yeah, Garlips may not be enjoying this one anymore.
Garlips, I think, is maybe struggling to find kind of any area where he can improve the image in like some significant way. I mean, Garlips doesn't know this, but I think if my memory serves me right, he is quite close to unlocking the eraser tool, which will help immensely. But it's just like a matter of getting over that hill, and then you can like, you know, everything kind of falls into place.
Garlips will be sitting there going, where the hell is my extra canvas?
Yeah, exactly. I think when I saw Hextree doing it, it seemed like it kind of just dumped all of the extra canvas at once, and there was just this massive portion of the image that was unlocked.
Yeah, the remaining two pieces of extra canvas are really close to each other, so when you hit one, you will hit the other. But Garlips has to get there. Umaro pointing out a very important point. I've already mentioned it, you know, as they progress, they unlock color depth, and that affects their color picker tool, which means their color picker tool now is more accurate than it was earlier. So revisiting some of even the blotches of color, in your mind, you might be going, why would I ever do that? That's scoring me. But your color picker could now achieve a color that was closer than when you were there the first time. And you just have to have that bravery. And I think Hex has done that quite a lot. You know, Hex keeps going back. How many times have we seen him return to Morgana, for example? You know, he keeps going back to what he's done to be like, okay, let's see if I can get this a little bit better.
Looking at DMAC as well, I did like kind of bash on Garlips before for going over the text so precisely, but I think that's certainly an area that DMAC can improve upon. DMAC is like kind of just going for these characters, trying to make them as accurate as possible. where I think that DMAC, DMAC doesn't necessarily have to get the text perfectly right, but just going over it slightly, like getting it those like little black bits in with the spray paint tool, just kind of slapdash would certainly give DMAC quite a boost in percentage, I think.
Hex is really looking for where the computer thinks the color isn't quite perfect. If you look, the shades on that picture that are showing what they've colored, I believe it represents not just whether they've colored it, but how accurately the computer thinks they've colored it. So you can see as Hex is going over it with a new color, it's gone from that really dark blue to a slightly lighter, saying, I think that is basically indicating to him that he's close to what the computer wants him to be close to. And again, he's zoomed out, found more of these intense colors, and then just making that color go away effectively. Oramus asks, are all of them using a mouse or tablet? They are not allowed to use a tablet. The rules stipulate they must use mice for this. You could use a tablet, though, if you wanted to do one of your own races of these, or if you just wanted to play it for fun. You absolutely can use a tablet. Paint.js supports you drawing with a tablet. Just for our race, we have stipulated that they will use mice, just to make it funnier, really. We all remember drawing in paint with our mice.
It's a funny thing to mention because I was actually talking about this with someone the other day because I was drawing some stuff in MS Paint, and I came to the conclusion that I think because I've spent like pretty much most of my life drawing in MS Paint with a mouse, I'm actually somewhat worse at drawing when it comes to using, actual graphics tablets.
Are you?
Yeah, because I've barely ever drawn anything with a graphics tablet or pencil and paper stuff. I mostly just did it with my mouse on MS Paint. So because that's what I'm used to, I actually find that much easier than drawing with a graphics tablet, strangely.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Like trying to do stuff with a graphics tablet is like it's just relearning everything. It's almost like trying to draw with my non-dominant hand.
Garlips re-going over Joker's hair there with a purple instead of a black.
Yeah, that was a good move. That seemed to give Garlips quite a bit of percentage.
Next now, I think Hex has gone back to Futaba.
Yeah, it's really funny because on Hex's you can see the parts of the image. You can very clearly see what parts of the image, what tools Hextree had access to at the time that Hextree was going over those. You can see that some far-flung parts of the image that Hextree hasn't touched in several minutes now are just circles.
He's identified her headphones now, and he's just gonna draw that in.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at that portion before. It seemed like a fairly glaring, at least what the comparison tool thought was a fairly glaring issue in Hextree's art.
It's really clever how he's approaching this. Again, he's not trying to make the picture. He's looking at what the computer is saying isn't good enough, and he's just going there with the color picker and correcting it.
Yeah, see, it's a very different approach to Garlips, because Garlips seemingly, at least from what the comparison tool says, Garlips overall has a lot more areas that the computer considers very accurate. But there are also quite a few large areas that Garlips hasn't really touched yet that the computer's like, no, this isn't very accurate at all. Whereas Hextree is kind of the opposite. Hextree is little tiny spots all over the image that the computer thinks are not very good. But overall, it's it's very different approaches. You can see that in the comparison.
I've got a feeling that they won't finish this image, everybody. I think we will be calling a time on this one, which is good. We've had our first image go the entire distance. Remember that when the second one takes 10 seconds. Rando, if you're wondering why I'm saying the second one's taking 10 seconds, there's a lot of similar colour in it. And what I learned from one of Garlips' practices is the computer's very generous with similar color. So I've got this idea that they can just fill the entire canvas with purple and win.
I see.
So that may happen, and if it does, oops. But if it doesn't, then yay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see when they do it, because even if that is the case where they can just fill the entire canvas with purple and win, it's a matter of, are we going to actually see them think of that strategy? Are they going to like realize that is something they can do?
Oh, 100%. Garlips did it to me in practice. I lovingly prepared a Command and Conquer base for him, and I spent forever building it by hand. Canvas unlock for Garlips, by the way, is pretty huge. Spent forever building it by hand, and then Garlips just filled the entire map with green, and it went, "You're finished."
Oh yeah. And I think Garlips also maybe doesn't notice it yet, but also has access to the eraser tool, I believe.
Yep, he's got.
And that's going to be really big.
Yeah, he's got pencil and he's got eraser.
Yeah, so Garlips is gonna be able to really run away with things now, but doesn't have much time.
No, but it's a good find for Garlips, and what it's going to do is it's going to shore up his second place at the very least. I mean, if he can catch Hex, that would be fantastic, but at the very least, it's going to give him a great advantage over DMAC, who's still trying to unlock that canvas. And Garlips didn't get it till about 54%, so DMAC's quite a way away from that canvas as well.
Yeah, and we saw how much Garlips struggled to get that like final 2% needed to unlock the rest of the canvas, really.
But, you know, Hex is making... The good thing about Hex, what I like watching Hex draw, is he's not given up. He's not gone, "Oh, I'm at 75%, this looks impossible, sod it, I'm not having fun." You know, he's just soldiering on. He's just finding those little bits, and he's just crawling his way. You know, he's at 76% now, and he got his brush at 76%.
Yeah, I mean, in a situation like this, it's very easy to like kind of lose morale, maybe slow down a bit. But Hextree has been, you know, has kept like a consistent, steady pace. You know, at the beginning there were those times where Garlips caught up, but Hextree has been able to maintain that pace throughout the entire race. Garlips got a little bit walled there, trying to get that extra canvas space in.
Complimenting Hextree on his pace. I didn't realize I was monitoring his feed still, even though it's not being output to the stream. I was complimenting Hex on his patience, and I just heard a very annoyed sigh from him. Oops.
I mean, whether or not Hextree is, you know, Hextree's just gone for it. Hextree's just been like focused the entire time.
And he does this, you know, we often hype him up as sort of the undisputed, undefeated racer of StruggleR, because he is currently undefeated. So is Wugger, who he'll be facing off later on this month. But it is because he just locks in. Whenever Hex shows up for a race, he just does well.
Yeah, exactly. I guess technically I'm also undefeated, but I think that's a bit unfair to say given I've only played one match.
Yeah, well, you are technically undefeated.
I'm holding on to that for as long as I can. I know at one point I'm going to lose a race, but for now I'm undefeated.
Pick your battles carefully if you want to hold on to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like Hex is on face duty now. He's going to clean up some face. We're closing in on our final seconds. Final minutes, but minutes are made up of seconds, so it's still technically true. Final minutes of this image. I don't think Hex will make the big 80, but he got really damn close.
Yeah, see, the thing about this image is there's a lot of like very thin lines, and those are quite difficult to do in paint. One strategy I suppose you could use is when you draw like a line of color, you can draw like another line of color just barely above it, and that will like kind of erase the top part of it and leave like a very thin line. But it's quite hard to do those just like in MS Paint. It's not really designed for that kind of thing. Like this line tool here could be helpful for getting some of those like really thin lines potentially. But at that point, it's so few pixels that is it actually even worth it to go for in the first place? I'm really liking this face here Garlips is working on. It looks very derpy.
I can't tell if that's because Garlips has given up or if he's actually doing the face and we're just looking at it at an unfortunate time. "30 seconds remaining."
Yeah, Hex Tree here, probably not going to get to the full 80, but is coming up on 77%. Is incredibly close, but again, that getting that final percentage is like one of the toughest parts of this race.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm going to pause the timer and we're going to unmute our racers very quickly. Racers, please cease working on your canvas. The hour is up. We will take your percentage as it currently stands. Do not touch your canvas once again. I'm now unmuting you all.
Yep, all pencils, circles, squares, paintbrushes, rulers, everything. Put everything down.
You make me jump, Floof.
Good. That's how I like it. How did you enjoy your first draw?
It sucked that the canvas was really withholding for a while there.
It was a tough one, yeah. Some tough starting tools. A fairly tough image, although I think the image is not too bad. It was just a really bad seed.
It was really stingy with canvas. I think you didn't get those final canvas unlocks until about 54% or something ludicrously late like that. But let's reveal, since it does matter. In third place for our first image is DMAC at 49.670%. In second place for our first image is Garlips at 67.364%. And in first place, we were really cheering for, because we really thought you were going to get to 80 at one point, is Hextree at 77.053%.
Wow.
Impressive.
So there has been a request in chat. You are welcome to decline it, but they would like you all to save your drawing for posting in the Wheel of Struggle Discord. Entirely up to you whether you do or do not, but the request was there and I said I'd pass it on.
Yeah, I can do that.
I would also like to point out that we now have a recording of Levin Floofen saying 6-7.
Yay!
Oh. Damn it.
That was enjoyable.
Was it? Good.
Yeah, especially, I don't know if stream can still see, but I like this lady here.
You like this lady here. Do you not want to guess her name?
Insert generic Japanese surname here.
That is Haru Okumura.
Close enough.
Of course.
Ellipse is one of the worst ones to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
I
the
would
worst.
have liked any additional tools whatsoever, to be honest.
Right, so I shall give you your... You want just the port, do you, Hex?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I will try to be more precise in what I give you. There you go. That should be your port. DMAC, this is your port for our next race. And Garlips.
Hey, that's me.
This is your port for the next race.
Okie dokie.
And my new friend randomized, you can just have the rooms. Okay. Excellent. So, we started it off, I would say easy, but simple. That was just a classic video game cover. It even got chat talking about Persona for a little bit. We're now going to move on to the image that I've been having nightmares about. This is the one that I foresee disappearing into the sunset in the space of a few seconds. But our second image... Go on.
I'm looking forward to this one with how much you've hyped it all up. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah. I thought we should celebrate new games, especially ones that are doing rather successfully. You've all heard of Mina the Hollower recently, I think. So that's where we'll be going to next. Perfectly normal, untouched Mina the Hollower cover.
We've got another ellipse start as well, which is nice.
Yay.
Says absolutely.
Hope they're not all ellipse starts.
Me too.
Oh, that's worrying.
What's that?
Don't worry about it. I'll fix it.
Up.
Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Sorry, everybody. I can't be trusted with technology. There we go. I fixed it. I was replacing like the sample image, the target image.
Gotcha.
OBS does not want to display this image. OBS is
No,
is terrified.
OBS is fighting me at every turn, but we got there in the end. So, racers, are you ready to commence with your second image?
I am.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well, we may see you in 5 minutes. We may see you in much longer, but racers, commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So already we can see like all the players completely tied. They're all using the exact same strategy to like right off the start. But now, interestingly, we have the text tool and the rectangle tool.
Yeah, I hope all of these aren't just ellipses starts.
Well, this one now they have like a choice of tool. Before it was pretty much just the ellipses and color picker, but now they've got a choice here. Hextree is opting to use the rectangle tool, whereas Garlips and DMAC are both opting to use the circle tool instead.
Yes, Tater. Yeah, so this is Mina the Hollower. Mina the Hollower is a recently released game that has seen quite a bit of success. It's become quite popular. It's an action-adventure game, and it was released just about everywhere. And it's a very popular game, and it's a very good game.
Yeah, and the art style of this game is pretty incredible. As we can see in this image, you know, this image really shows off the great work of all the artists that worked on this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, but as you can sort of see, DMAC is already at 51.595%, and this is exactly what I was worried about. The game's very generous with similar colours, which is sort of why I foresaw this image just disappearing into the sunset.
Yeah, DMAC is completely running away with it right now. They have unlocked quite a few more tools now. We've now have the spray paint tool, the paintbrush, the fill tool. I think the fill tool would be really good here with DMAC, just trying to get all of that space there with purple, but DMAC opting instead to use the ellipse tool. And now DMAC also as well has the color picker, which Hextree and Garlips have not yet gained access to. So that's really going to help out. DMAC could just run away with this if DMAC can like lock in for the next couple minutes and just like completely destroy this image.
Everyone who is a fan of this particular image, I will make you aware. It only gets worse from here. I've made it escalate, you see. I've made it escalate. Including a hidden fifth image, because I was so angry at having the responsibility of preparing images for this race. I made a fifth image in which I was very angry when I made it. I say made it, I acquired it. Very cruel.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you won't see it. The race ends on 4 images.
No! Yeah, all of these players had a really big push at the beginning. Got a lot of percentage points, but now are kind of slowing down a little bit. DMAC is still significantly ahead, but we saw how easy it was for DMAC to get all of those percentage points. It didn't take much effort. So if the other players realize that they can just make this whole background more purple colored, then they could run away with it as well.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big part of this one. There's so much similar color that I genuinely think if you just repeatedly paint over your canvas with a closer shade of purple, I think you can complete the image. Because the computer's rather generous with similar colors.
You see, both of these players, I think, are making the mistake of, well, Hextree at least, I think, is making the mistake of trying to focus on the details, like the faces and everything.
He's really invested in drawing old tapes.
Whereas Garlips, I think, has a little bit of a better idea going for the background, but rather than kind of sweeping the background generally, Garlips has gone more for the kind of details in the background, which I think maybe is a little bit of a mistake here.
DMAC has actually moved backwards. DMAC was on 53%, it's now at 52.578.
Oh dear. Yeah, DMAC, you can really tell how generous this game is with the colors, because I don't think a single one of DMAC's colors is accurate to this image whatsoever. But the game is still giving credit for, what DMAC is doing, regardless.
And it was one of the challenges I had because obviously I've had to prepare all of the images our races are painting today. And that was the predominant challenge I had, was if it was photorealistic, like, say, for example, a screenshot from Final Fantasy 15, just as an example. If it was close to photorealistic, it was too detailed for the computer to give you any credit at all.
I see.
If the screenshot, and a lot of them do because it's basic design theory, had too many similar colors, you could just complete it by just filling the canvas with color and not actually having to paint the picture.
You see, DMAC here is now going back over, but instead of detailing this face here, DMAC is just like kind of filling it all in, but it's working because the color is, slightly more similar to the face than what it was before.
Yeah, but just like that, Hex has just gone, sod it, I'm going to fill in all the color, and look, he's right behind DMAC now. Just by filling everything in black.
Yeah. This is going to really help Hex out. It's going to give Hex the color picker tool. It's going to give Hex the spray paint tool. Later on, I think the pencil tool as well. It's going to give Hex a lot more options of how they can tackle this.
Additional red and blue depth as well will give them access to a better purple.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, again, we can see Garlips really focusing on the finer details here.
Which is strange, because Garlips is usually the one who goes, sod it, I'm going to fill the whole canvas. So I'm really surprised he's not doing it for this. Because that is usually what Garlips does. He's ruined some of my other practice images by just filling it with colour.
Yeah, I guess Garlips is just thinking, okay, I filled it all with black. That's as good as I can do. Not realizing that, maybe filling it in with a more purplish tone might help a little bit more. But Garlips is now a little bit too committed to this to really go back and just fill in all the background without, erasing what he's already put onto the canvas.
Hear me out. I think if he painted over the entire background with an accurate purple, including erasing what he's done, I think he would have a higher percentage than he's currently got.
Yeah, maybe it's possible, but I don't know. Oh yeah, Hextree's come into the lead now.
Chat pointing
coming
out,
up from behind.
Hex has just decided that he actually is going to catch right up to DMAC and then surpass him. We're at 55% already, and we're only 11 minutes into this draw.
Yeah, what really matters here is how difficult is this, Because so far it's going pretty easy. The system's being very generous, but is it going to be generous enough to award them 80%, or are they going to have to go into the finer details to snag up that little extra points?
Well, Hex has got his extra canvas down there, and it's knocked him right up to 64%. I reckon if he fills this in, he won't be far from done.
Yeah, opting to use the square tool here makes a lot of sense. We haven't seen it much in action, but it's pretty good right here. Hextree is this really weird shape here, and simply just by erasing that and turning it black has gained a ton of percentage points.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? We just describe it. This weird shape here. What the hell was this, Hex? Get rid of it.
Yeah, I have no idea what that was, supposed to be. Maybe it was. I'm not really sure. It was just kind of this weird like brown polygon. I'm liking Hextree's face here. Looks like some kind of alien up there.
It really carries the same gravitas as the original image, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think so. It really captures the essence of it.
Oh, I can't wait to show Garlips just that. I'm going to go back in the VOD and get just that moment. Hex's face.
Hextree, it doesn't even seem like Hextree's opting to detail the face any further. This is just it. This is good enough.
So I will pretend not to ignore the outrage or the querying. The cover art is, of course, from Mina the Hollower. I was not lying there. I don't think it's the actual cover, but it is one of their pieces of artwork that I got from the GameDB. The faces are obviously not part of Mina the Hollower. They are all wheelers. If this is your first encounter with us and you don't know who we are, you've got Adrienne's Revenge on the left there. That is Tater84 in the center. And our bat friend, the face that we were just having a giggle at, that is Garlips.
Oh, so you're telling me this isn't official art? Oh my, you could have had me fooled. This looks so good.
It's 90% official art.
You've really done an excellent job with these edits. I was barely able to tell.
Oh, thank you. It really means a lot to me. I'm not an artist. I do the best that I can.
Yeah, Hextree here is now climbed up into the 70s. Is mostly just detailing now. Hextree has pretty much all the tools required to get the rest of the way there.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Hextree does not win this one at this point. I don't think the image is going to challenge him or be particularly difficult with regards to achieving that final 10%, because the colors are so similar. There is a little bit of challenge in the sense of the faces of the wheelers, because those are obviously real photos and they're quite detailed. But the wheeler faces don't make up 20% of the image. So you could, in theory, ignore them and get the rest of the image accurate and probably still do all right.
Yeah, DMAC really struggling here. I can imagine that DMAC might be a little bit frustrated now, having gotten 50% so early in the game and is now not climbed by that much despite trying. But DMAC has put a lot of the paint on the canvas, but it hasn't amounted to that much progress, which is a little unfortunate. And
I think he's not really
potentially quite frustrated.
I don't think he's really looking at that color accuracy. We've talked about the shading not just representing where you've drawn, but the accuracy of the color that you've applied. And I don't think DMAC's looking, or at least perhaps he is, and perhaps I'm the one interpreting it wrong, but when I look at DMAC's right-hand image, I can see huge blotches where the computer's like, this needs fixing. That he should be going back to for those percentages.
There's another thing though of like, does DMAC have the colors to even like approach that though? I think that maybe DMAC might be able to scoop up a little more with color accuracy, but it's a matter of whether DMAC has those colors available to use in the first place.
He's got black. He could do Garlips' face there.
Yeah, that is true. DMAC has mostly avoided Garlips' face, where I think DMAC could maybe pick up a few percentage points just off of that with just some black. Yeah. And Garlips, we've got a change here. Garlips has actually now overtaken DMAC.
Yeah, big shift there in position.
Yeah, and Garlips' image, I would argue, looks, I mean, at least to me, it doesn't look that accurate at all.
No, and like I said, this was my fear. I was very much like, I think this image is going to be a bit easy. They're not going to actually need to draw much. But don't worry,
Garlips
I really...
Maybe like picking up some more points, less accurate on the shape, but maybe more points on the color, like you were saying.
Yeah, and I think that's where DMAC's fallen behind. I think he's just not going back and revisiting his color. I will say, of the images that I made, of the remaining three including this one, this is the one I am least proud of. I think everyone will really appreciate the next one coming up. Like, I am genuinely proud of the next image. So, look forward to it. Oh, here we go. Hex is now working his same magic on Adrian's Revenge.
Yeah, a spitting image, I think. We're gonna have to like take these and make emotes out of them or something.
Oh, that has been my favorite bit when Hex has had to zoom in on people's faces and draw their faces. That has been my favorite bit so far.
DMAC maybe has a little bit more flattering of an interpretation.
I don't know. Adrian's Revenge is in chat, and she does say it's so beautiful. Oh, Tata! He's doing Tata really dirty.
I mean, I guess, art is in the eye of the beholder, after all.
Oh, what did you do to upset him, Tata? It's so unprofessional to be laughing like this, but...
I mean, Hextree has made Tater bald.
Oh, my jaw genuinely hurts. Oh, I forgot how to breathe there for a second. That was great.
Yeah, calm down. It's okay. Hextree scrolled away from the funny imagery for a little bit. We can take a breather. South Park Canadian is like a perfect way to describe it, yeah. Oh, there's the whole trio. We can see them all now.
Oh, that's when I started laughing again. He zoomed out and I immediately saw Tater again. Oh, I can.
Oh, there we go. DMAC has done some detailing work on Garlips now.
Oh my god, Tater, what did you do to upset Hextree?
Wow, this section that Hextree is looking at right now, like of the left side, that's got so much like shading and detail on it.
Tater, if you've got the time, you are more than welcome to join us on comms.
Yeah, come in. We can have a little art appreciation session, I suppose.
Oh, we might need it because I can't breathe. Oh,
Yeah, deep in, deep out. Okay, just chill. It's fine. We're good. We're good. They're focusing on another area now. I think Hextree is happy with the faces the way they are. I don't think Hextree is returning to them anytime soon. The Hextree is almost there. 75%, coming up on 76%.
I'm glad you're paying attention because I would have missed it. I haven't been able to have my eyes open for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Garlips now back on 6-7%. Like Garlips finished on that before, so now this is Garlips' new PB, I suppose. and same with DMAC as well. DMAC's also got a new PB here. No one else has like even dared to touch Tater's face yet. DMAC and Garlips just have like a, what kind of looks like a potato, ironically.
Can you call what Hextree did touching Tater's face?
Hextree is kind of like I mean, on Hextrees it kind of almost looks like Mr. Potato Head.
Nah. Garlip's drawing his own face right now. I can't look at Hextree's. I can't look at Hextree's stream. Every time Hextree zooms out, I see Tater, and it just makes me laugh some more.
Tater looking, maybe it almost looks like the expression Tater is making looks like he's made some big mistake. It's very surprised or disappointed.
Ooh, silly me.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a dog that's they've peed on the floor and they know they've done something wrong and they come up to you making a face like that.
Oh my god. Tater feels a little bit targeted by such comments.
Look, I'm not talking about Tater. I'm talking about Hextree's artwork. I don't think Hextree is doing you justice, Tater. I think you deserve better than this.
See, again, Garlip's showing his actual proficiency for art because he's actually filling in that little bit of wing, really nicely, really precisely as well.
It may be a little bit of bias as well, but I've also noticed that I think Garlips has done his own face better than anyone else has at this point.
I don't know, DMAC looks pretty uncanny on the bottom there.
Yeah. DMAC starting on Tater's face now as well.
Funny you mentioned Garlips' practice, Adrian.
Mr. Met Internet asking for the current score. I believe it's 1-0 to Hextree at the moment. And by the looks of things, it could be 2-0 to Hextree after this round. Hextree has not got that much to go. Only 3% left before completion. Garlips here focusing on the darker colors, it seems. Not really paying attention to any of those like highlights, I think, is where Garlips could be picking up some points here. There's a lot of the canvas with Garlips that is still just like, you know, empty space that could be filled in with some color.
Oh my god. I just can't get over Hextree's taser. That was targeted. Yeah, I had a little rummage in the assets for Garlips' stream layout. That was the closest I could get, but hopefully that depicts that Hextree's got 1 point. I'll probably be adding a second shortly.
Yeah, I think that works. That seems good.
Well, I tell you what though, Tater, if you're right and this is Mind Games, is this not the greatest Mind Games ever? Drawing your opponent in paint in an unflattering way. Is that not the greatest Mind Games you've ever heard?
There's gonna have to be some settlement after that. We're gonna have to have like a rap battle or something.
Garlips looks fantastic on DMAC. Yeah, DMAC really did Garlips justice as well.
Yeah, I like on DMAX. Garlips almost looks like a Boo from like Mario. Yeah, Hextree really having to scrape the bottom of the barrel here for more points with these fine details.
Well, Howls Calcifer, thank you for subscribing. 3 in advance as well, that's lovely. We don't have alert overlays for our tournaments, but thank you. I will thank you personally.
It's getting close though, yeah. As Chad is pointing out, Hextree is on 79%. Just needs that 1 more percent, and it is all over.
Yeah, I am predicting Hex will finish shortly. Yeah, I saw ads. I saw. It's the other one that I love. It's the one that Hex has drawn.
Unlike last match, we can actually see Hextree and Garlips both using the color palette here. DMAC opting not to.
No, I know Wheel of Struggle has alerts. They are deliberately not included for the tournament because they're disruptive. That's common practice for most of like that type of broadcast. No, but probably not more disruptive than me answering the question anyway. So Garlips is hot on Hex's heels, but I think the gap is just too much because Hex really doesn't need much percent anymore. His face. Oh, stop zooming out.
Come on, just get these final details.
Watching like a hawk, that percentage. He's getting there. So close.
Just adding in these small details that on top
So
of this black
close.
background that has been there for like so long.
Okay. Get ready for me to unmute the racers.
That's it. That's time.
Yep. Racers. 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 Please cease progressing your pencils. Someone has finished the image. Let's unmute them as well so they can actually talk. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe
Hex
the
made
black-
80.
black-
Well done, Hex.
I guess
So-
it was me, yes.
Let me make a note. You did say that you wanted it to stop the second someone hit 80. But those were
Yep,
the instructions.
yes, that's
I was
correct.
given. So for this image in third place with 69.625%
Hey!
was DMAC.
Nice.
Hey.
In second place with 73.102% is Garlips. And in first place, hitting the 80% threshold and winning the race, even though we are going to carry on with the other two images, it is the undefeated Hex Tree.
Congratulations, Hex.
Well earned. Well played.
And it took exactly 33 minutes, if you were curious, on the timer. Little heartbreaking fact for that race. DMAC, you were ahead of the others by about 20%, and then your progress just sort of halted. You were the first to really hit 50% by quite a margin.
Yeah. I felt the speed of the start for that, and then, as everyone will know, I started experimenting with different tools to not very much effect, and went back to my beloved oval tool.
I don't usually encourage racers to do this, but while we're on the racers screen, if you could save your images once again, that would be great. But chat has fallen in love with one particular image. Hex, if you wouldn't mind zooming in on it for a little bit, is your depiction of Tater.
Yeah, I think I really captured his eyes right here.
I recommend everyone have a little look at that.
I don't have the stream open, but I'll see it later.
Oh my
Lord of
goodness.
Secrets.
Yes. Everyone's... Those lips are a thing of beauty. Oh, 'tis beautiful. 'Tis magnificent. So, second ellipses start. That was a little bit annoying, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
But how did you find that second image? Of course, Mina the Hollower.
It was slightly easier, yeah. It was kind of hard to match colors at the start, but we unlocked Dipper fairly soonish, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I think at the start I was almost kind of like in a mental block, like I couldn't think what moves to do. But yeah, once we got whatever it was, that got us to 50% because it was quite a big jump, which I guess is what DMAC got earlier. Then I think things got a bit easier.
Excellent. Well, let's move on into our next room. And what we'll do is we'll combine. I'm assuming, Garlips, you won't mind if everyone stays unmuted. Chat have given us some questions, so we'll combine this midway point with some chat questions, and you can all participate at the same time for fun and variety.
Oh, I mean, I don't. Oh, actually, yeah. We better still be muted for the races themselves, just because you might give away stuff that the other people are doing. But yeah. For now, let's do some questions.
Excellent. So I've given you all your port for the next room, but we'll start with the question that just came in chat because it's poignant. And it's just for you, Hex. And Adrian's Revenge asks, what did Tates do to you?
I don't know. I thought I really captured his likeness.
There you go. There's your answer. So this one's for all races, so I'll indicate which one of you I want to answer. It's from Olive U Games, and it's which Wheel of Struggle member would you most like to Microsoft paint like a French girl? Hextree?
Sorry, what was the... Oh, which Wheel of Struggle person?
Yeah, would you most like to paint like a French girl?
Like their real life body or their avatar?
It's non-specific, so you interpret that how you want.
While Hex thinks about it, I can't connect to this room.
Neither can I.
Why can you not connect to the room? What sorcery is this? Let me refresh it.
Insecure.
Let me refresh and see if that... Oh yeah, it had shut down due to inactivity. Try again now.
Okie dokie. That's better.
Yeah, so I've got to refresh these rooms now.
Alright, to answer the question, because I don't actually know what Wugger looks like, but based on his profile picture, which is Boltzmann, I think I'll go with Wugger.
That is an appropriate answer, I think. Garlips.
Fish every day of the week. When I sent you those materials to make these wonderful images that you're sharing with us, I might have included a Simpsons Photoshop. Did you see it?
I did see it.
It was the popular meme format of do it for her, except it's changed to him and it's pictures of fish. So yeah, I would like to draw fish like a French girl. In fact, who am I fooling? I've already done it.
You just might have.
Fish.
Did DMAC say fish?
I think
DMAC. That's
DMAC.
what I heard.
I did
DMAC.
not.
I think it was the fish ghost.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I was just gonna say fish is very good taste.
Popular fish ghost. Okay, interesting. There we go. Sorry, I'm just...
I would have to...
You would have to... Sorry.
I would have to go with the irreplaceable Mr. Matt Internet.
Mr. Matt Internet, I think that is an appropriate and acceptable answer for painting like a French girl. Our next question is from Mr. Matt Internet, and it's, do you think you could have Bob Ross in a fight? And if no, what about Ross from Friends? We'll start with you, DMAC, since you mentioned him.
Yeah, I think I can take Bob Ross.
Excellent. Garlips?
Ross from Friends, less so.
Just pivot.
Unagi, etc. So, I mean, obviously this question is multifaceted. If it's Bob Ross in his current state, I think I could take him. If we're talking about when he was alive, then I think, well, he could hide anything in that hair. And I mean, he's very nice, very kind, we all love him, but there could be a shiv in there. There could be a shiv. So I'm not one to call. However, I do think I can take Ross Geller 100%. He is like... I'll hit him before he hits me, to be honest.
And what about you, Hextree?
I suppose he looks like he can handle himself, but I think it's been about a decade since I last did boxing, but I'd say I'd probably win, but it'd be more like 65% chance.
Excellent. So, people thinking confidently that they could have Bob Ross in a fight. Umaro asks, what is the most aggressive-looking shape? Garlips?
Parallelogram.
Would you like to elaborate, or is it just going to leave it on parallelogram?
I think it's because the perspective, the fact that you can see a sort of shorter side and a longer side, makes it look like they're leaning in to attack.
Interesting. Hex,
They're
what
kind
do
of
you
leaning
think?
over. It's a little bit sassy, like.
Yeah, I'm getting negative aura.
Okay. Hex, what do you think is the most aggressive-looking shape?
Probably one of the 3D like platonic solids, like say a icosahedron or something like that.
Ooh, good answer. And DMAC, most aggressive shape?
I'm going to go for rhombus. Parallelogram has got a bit more of the Michael Jackson lean to it. It's less dangerous. Rhombus is a little bit more steady on its feet.
Interesting. More of a fight stance. I believe they call it the horse stance, don't they? A strong base.
So I guess the most aggressive shape would be a combination, like a square is both a parallelogram and a rhombus technically. So maybe that's the most aggressive shape of all after all.
Perhaps. We'll investigate
That's
further.
terrifying.
Q has a question for all of you. We'll start with you, Hextree. Q says, Swampass?
I just had to look up what that term means yesterday for the first time. But right now, no, I'm quite Swampass free.
Excellent. Good to hear it. Garlips, Swampass?
No, yeah, same here. It's been quite cooler today, and I've got the window wide open. So yeah, no Swampass here.
Excellent. And DMAC, Swampass?
I'm keeping it cranked. Take that how
Excellent.
you will.
Excellent. I think that's a solid one. And in the interest of time, we've got one final question. And it's for Garlips. And it's from Mr. Matt again. And he says, who put the Strug in Struggle?
I suppose it's a combination of the alphabet and I'm going to blame Ronan Keating from Boyzone. I think he's been fundamental in all of this, and really we should lay the blame at his feet. He says, when you say it best, when you say nothing at all, yet he continually uses words. Words are all he has. This confliction between the two, I just don't understand Ronan Keating, so it's probably his fault.
Duly noted. Randomize, do you have any parting questions before I give them their third image?
I guess my question would be, considering the last image, are the racers looking forward to or dreading whatever this next image is going to be?
Yeah, I'm dreading it. I think the weird scale probably progresses upward through these series of images.
Oh, he knows
my
me
guess.
so well.
Yeah, I mean, given that Floof thought that this would take a very much shorter time, and I mean, it did take a much shorter time, then I suspect they've put a harder one for us now.
Yeah, nobody did what I thought you were going to do, which is what Garlips did with my Command & Conquer image, which was just keep painting over the whole image with a better shade of purple, because I thought that might actually just score really generously. But nobody did that, so I will never know. But yes, you are correct. The weirdness does progress. And chat already know what it is because I accidentally replaced the picture too soon. So with you all in your image, one series of games that is considered iconic for the Wheel of Struggle is Grand Theft Auto. It gave us one of our greatest Tater moments in Move, and we've had many a silly race, and very few of them have ever actually been about playing Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto, as you know, has recently announced its 6th game, and I thought there would be no way better to celebrate it and what it has done for the wheel than to send you over to Grand Theft Auto next.
Wow, this is lore accurate.
Yeah, I am genuinely proud of this one. I spent forever on this. It may not look it, but I really did.
I'm loving the blobby medallion.
Yeah, people think that Rockstar Games has been developing Grand Theft Auto 6, but it's actually just been Floof this entire time.
Yeah, it's just me.
You've worked so hard on the game. I'm so happy that it's close to releasing.
Excellent. Well, before I count you down, Racist, do you need any comfort break? Anything, any drink or anything like that?
I'm good.
I'm good too.
I'm good for it.
Excellent. Well, on that case, I hope it's not an elliptical start. But,
No, it's a rounded rectangle.
Woohoo! Right. Let us commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. So our races
We're off
are
here, and
underway.
yeah, so now we've got a little bit of a difference from last time. Instead of starting with the ellipse tool, we're starting with the rounded rectangle tool.
Yes.
Which is probably the least used of all these tools. So it'll be interesting to see how they use them. All 3 racers opting for a different starting color, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, very interesting. Now, the problem with this one, and the reason why I don't think they will finish this one, although I am more than happy for them to prove me wrong, and admittedly the RNG that they get with like their canvas reveal does affect that slightly as well, is Grand Theft Auto uses quite a lot of vibrant colours, and those vibrant colours are against one another as well, and Hex has just erased his canvas and turned it grey, which I find very interesting, because now he can't actually see where the boundaries of his canvas is anymore.
Yeah, Hex, interestingly, I guess Hex thinks that the grey might be, you know, closer to the image than starting off with a really bright color, and it's kind of right, actually.
Yeah, he's at 16%, so to be fair to him, as silly as it is that he can't see his canvas anymore, he's made great progress.
It's a very unintuitive choice to make your background gray, but I guess maybe it's the most similar to a large number of colors. It's like it doesn't match any color very well, but it matches a lot of colors kinda.
Yeah, another one of those examples of Hex potentially playing the computer as opposed to trying to be an artist about this approach. Yes, I am very proud about this image. I will explain it just the once, and then we'll focus on what they're doing. To make this image, not only did I have to put a bunch of Wheeler faces on a bunch of Grand Theft Auto faces, I actually had to alter the frames. If you look at the actual Grand Theft Auto cover art, where Decky is, where 16-bit is, where Ads is, and where Tater is, are all actually different frames in their official cover art. So I actually had to manually cut them out and move them all around whilst trying to retain enough of the original image that it still looked like the cover art. So I am really proud of this one.
DMAC's image here looking kind of like a Mondrian painting. You know, those ones with like the black lines and the red and yellow squares.
I know exactly what you did. I always refer to it as the Sims painting, because it's the painting that your Sim always used to draw, where it's just lines and squares that are coloured.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Garlips is actually in first place at the moment. His detail to the colour paying off.
Yeah, I guess it's that those like the purple is not that great, but the white, I guess, and the black lines are giving Garlips a lot of accuracy points.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is there's depth of color in this, but purple is clearly the theme that Grand Theft Auto have gone for with this cover art. So it's not perfect, but it does kind of blend with these sort of neon colors that are in the color scheme. So it's probably a good enough start. And as we're saying, that Hex has just leaped ahead of Garlips. So it's these two racing once again.
Yeah, this whole image has a kind of like bisexual lighting theme going on for it. So this purple here is not a bad choice.
A wonderful term, bisexual lighting. Yeah, it's very synth wavy. If you'd shown me this without the big Grand Theft Auto in the middle, I would have assumed that it's the cover to some synthwave band, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely going for like kind of a little bit of a retro look.
Look at how he's doing it again, and I think I hope it pays off for him. I really do, because I know why he's doing it. But Garlips is investing time to actually write the words Grand Theft Auto with the rectangle tool.
I mean, to be fair to Garlips, this is a very angular text, so the rounded rectangle tool is well suited to this job.
Yeah, no, I say that genuinely hoping that it works out for him, because I would like to see a Garlips W on the board. But my brain is just going, surely this is wasted time. But, you know, it could be that he's laying the groundwork so that later on, when Hex then has to do all this detail, he's already got it done. And we saw him benefit from that a little bit in the Persona picture.
Yeah, I think this is a good move for Garlips. I think this is a fine strategy because, you know, it's not like before where you had only really the spray tool to do the text, which is not really suited for the task. This tool is pretty well suited for the task. So you might as well use the tool for something it's good at right now, whilst it's your only option.
Absolutely. And also, you know, this text isn't italicized, and it's much easier to replicate text that is aligned perfectly than trying to write, but also write on a slant.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure whether it might be better here instead of, like, Garlips has started with the white and is now putting the little black things in. I'm not sure maybe if it would have been better to start with the black and then try and paint the white on top. But I guess the white is maybe a little bit more immediate gratification because it is mostly white after all.
Adrian's Revenge is saying, I can't wait for someone to zoom in on Decky. It's the Decky face, you know the one. It's the Decky face. This is ads with Stitch hat, which I think you got that very recently, didn't you? Didn't you get that in Manchester?
Yeah, I like what Hextree's doing here with this like bright blue getting in there, trying to get the right color, because again, we don't have the color picker tool, not color pickle tool. We don't have the color picker tool, so we have to make all these colors manually. They're just trying to figure out what color this is by eye, pretty much.
Which is probably another reason why Garlips is doing this, right? Because black is a really easy colour to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Black is black. You can't really mess that up.
But also, I will give credit to Garlips. Look, he has written Gran Torto, which is, you know, that's most of the word.
Grant Auto.
Grant Auto, yes. Auto Parts by Grant. Grantator.
You know, and this is kind of working for Garlips, because Garlip is behind Hextree slightly, but the gap has not really widened. They've both been making fairly consistent progress. And this text might serve Garlips well later.
Yeah,
because Garlips still has a lot more space to work with.
Well, that's the thing. That looks really accurate, both from a computer perspective, but also from us, the audience. That looks great, and that is a problem that Hextree has to solve later.
Exactly.
Garlips is making very many small rectangles to try and crawl down on the diagonal there to get the V.
Yeah, again, I kind of like this because, as you were talking about before, it's very easy to get this color very accurate. Because they don't have the color picker yet, getting the colors accurate is going to be very difficult to do just by eye. So this going for the easy option, I guess.
Of course, the couple depiction in the Grand Theft Auto 6 cover art. Who else could it be but Kylorian and Garlips there?
And Garlips has also grown some fabulous anime hair as well.
Yes, that's he dressed up as Yugi for an episode of Low Res, which is Mr. Matt's comedy gaming panel show.
Ah, yeah, I was thinking it looks familiar. I'm not much of an anime person, but even I recognize that as being, that's an anime character. I've definitely seen that before. Hextree's now kind of coming to the same conclusion. Well, actually, no. Hextree was filling in with a very similar purple to what Garlips had, but then went back and undid it. Getting that color in the V is also going to be very rough because it's a gradient. Where in paint you can only really do like one color. You can't like progressively transition from one color to another easily.
Absolutely, and it is a hope that will trip them up a little bit, because the best thing that you can do is effectively group it by its main colors in the gradient and take a color picker from the center of each major color in the gradient and basically draw them a bit like three solid lines, and that's probably about like the closest you can get.
It's going to be a bunch of like little stripes along it in the various colors, progressively like going from one color to another color.
But I tell you what, Garlips has got the best Grand the Auto I've ever seen. Oh, he's going for the gradient now. Look, he's going for the gradient.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, there we go. See, I was trying to think, is that worth going for at this point? Because it's a very large part of the image. And so if you can get it right, then it could be worth quite a lot, but it's going to be really tough to get those colors. Especially, and the shape as well, because it's kind of like slanted. It's going to be difficult to get that with just the rounded rectangle tool. And if Garlips is going for the V here, Garlips might also try and go for the background, where it's kind of shifting from like pink to yellow here, with the little palm trees and everything. Whereas Hextree is focusing much more on the actual like characters.
Yeah, it is an interesting approach, and for now, it sees Hextree further ahead. But I am inclined to think that all this groundwork, I mean, Garlips is literally just overtaken him now. I was about to say, Garlips has laid the groundwork
There we
for
go,
him to now go to these bulks and then just make lots of progress. Because he's got a beautiful Grand The Auto in the middle there.
Yeah, see, Garlips is doing the backgrounds first, which means that then later he can draw the characters on top of it. Whereas Hextree is now, in order to do the background, Hextree's going to have to work around everything that he's already put onto the canvas. DMAC essentially like starting over now, but is kind of working in his favor. DMAC was like had a lot on his canvas, but has now just simplified it to 3 main colors. But it's worked out quite well. DMAC has gained a little bit of percentage just by doing that. And that's a brave maneuver, being willing to like go over what you've already done and just like say, this isn't working, I'm gonna try something else. So very good play on DMAC's part.
Very much so. I like that bravery as well, to just be like, what I am currently doing isn't working for me, let's try a separate approach.
Okay, now we're seeing Garlips as the first to get that little canvas expansion. So now Garlips is going to have a lot more room. He's going to continue these letters.
Oh no, Garlips! he's gonna work on his letters, bless him. He really wants the nicest Grand Theft Auto you've ever seen.
I mean, it's very tempting. You've already started on it. It's somewhat tempting to just try and finish that off. No tools have been unlocked yet, by the way. It's still just the rounded rectangle. That's all we've got so far. But Hextree is not that far behind, and we'll see when Hextree's canvas expands. Maybe a different strategy here from Hextree could potentially push him forwards into the lead.
Garlips is doing more of his gradient.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's quite a large part of the image, so yeah, that was a big percentage boost just then, just in that one purple rectangle right in the middle.
And now Hex having to do the same thing. He's now writing out Grand Theft Auto. He has, unlike Garlips, he's zoomed right in for making it as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm surprised Garlips did it at the resolution that he decided to do it. You know, trying to make sure that the whole looks good rather than focusing on each individual letter, but I'm not sure if that was a good idea or not. Because Hextree, there's these horizontal lines that kind of go all the way across the logo. The Hextree is deciding to do them in chunks rather than one big line, which seems inefficient.
Oh, he's going for a bulk of colour there.
So Hextree now has that big block of canvas just been unlocked, and now Hextree is actually ahead after unlocking that new bit of canvas. It's just pulled slightly ahead of Garlips there. Having a slightly more accurate base color than Garlips is like pitch black.
And I do think that that's all that's gone on here. Garlips has gone off onto his Grand Theft Auto adventure, and let's give him credit where credit is due. That looks beautiful. But Hex has been looking for those, as we sort of described, those bulk block color wins, where you can just apply a lot of color that's kind of a little bit similar and steal a lot of percentage in that way.
Absolutely. Oh, and Hextree now has a huge chunk of the canvas really opening up here. But still, just with the rectangle tool, that's all we've got to work with so far. But Garlips does have a lot of like canvas space where he can still get a lot of score just by focusing on those, areas of the canvas that are so far just a single color. Whereas Hextree, maybe later on, is going to have a harder time finding those small spots to gain a little bit of extra percentage points.
Interesting they're using a black for that dark purple. I guess it is close enough.
Yeah, it is quite like a, close up you can see the individual colors much better, but when you're looking at it, so closely, you can actually tell the colors are slightly different. You can see that Garlips has tried on the left side of the V there to add a little bit of that pink in, like that dark pinkish purple color, but hasn't fully committed to it. So maybe thinking it's not quite worth his time to get that level of detail.
Yeah, I reckon almost certainly so. Our players are all ignoring the faces, which is correct. Like I said, photorealism faces, and these are photos. The game is quite strict with them and how accurate it likes you to be. So I can understand why none of the players have done any faces. I would like to see some faces before the hour is up, because if Tater in the previous image was anything to go by, it would be fantastic.
Garlips is now kind of on that little cascade that Hextree was on, unlocking like bit of canvas after bit of canvas. It really comes like all crashing down here. Garlips is going to get a lot more space to work with, which is in turn is going to give Garlips more points, which in turn is going to give Garlips more canvas, and it's just going to like accelerate from this point.
Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Garlips unlocking that lovely block of canvas. We'll see if he can sort of keep that streak up, like you were saying. And look at, while it's centered there, look at Garlips's like text. That is beautiful. Like that to me reads Grand Theft Auto 6, which representing text accurately in Paint is without using a text tool is speaking of, they've unlocked the text tool, by the way.
Oh yeah. I mean, as the famous the words, how do I rotate text in MS Paint? I mean, it's very difficult to work with. And Garlips is kind of like, it looks amazing to me at least. And it probably is like extremely accurate. Garlips is not really going to have to go back over that text later. That's pretty much as good as it's going to get, probably.
Hobbiton only recently acquired their sword yesterday, and they are already looking to wield it against other members of the Wheel of Struggle team. Interesting threat there.
But I'm
See,
just,
look
I'm
at
just
that.
waiting.
Look at that Tater helicopter face. Don't you just want to see someone paint that?
I mean, they don't really have the tools to hand. They still only have the rectangle tool, and they also have the text tool, but none of the players really opting to use it, thinking it's probably not that useful. Like, I think that maybe Garlips could potentially use the text tool here to close off the bottom of that V with like a nice capital V, but we'll see if Garlips goes for it. There's lots of like really angular shapes you can make with various different letters potentially.
That's a level of lateral thinking that I don't think any of our races are going to apply to the text tool. Though it is valued, I do appreciate hearing that, because I certainly never would have thought of using the text tool like that. Garlips, of course, has only used the text tool once, and it was to write "fuck" in the corner at the first image.
Yeah, it's. I think that's as much as we're going to see from the text tool, probably. Maybe Garlips will leave another little comment for us in the image somewhere if they feel appropriately stressed.
Of course, there was nobody better to replace the gangster than Papa Wheel himself.
Yeah, DMAC really struggling here. DMAC trying everything they can to just get a little bit of accuracy here. DMAC, I think, really appearing to struggle a lot with these colors. DMAC so far has not made that much progress with the colors. DMAC may be a little bit too afraid to commit to changing a color, because they maybe try a color somewhere and then the percentage goes down a little bit, and then they're like too afraid to commit to actually making that color work.
Hextree, on the other hand, he's really making a sort of mosaic art in his piece. It's very much just combining squares of colour.
Yeah, Hextree using any colors that he can get his hands on. I don't think any of them are particularly accurate, but they're accurate enough, apparently, because, you know, Hextree has managed to go forth with this. I'm thinking here that maybe Garlips spent so long focusing on this logo that maybe he's hoped he would gain some more tools to be able to use for the rest of the image. But unfortunately, we're still left with just that, like, you know, just that rectangle tool.
There's extra canvas for Garlips. Extra space for him to fill in. He's got access to the rest of Tater's face now, I think.
Hextree now unlocking the color picker tool, which is really going to help with these colors here. I think that's going to add a lot of value to these, you know, even just like keeping the rectangles in the same place but making them a slightly more accurate color, I think is going to help a lot.
Garlips now also has his color picker. That's at 46% that Hex unlocked that, so Garlips will have it too.
Yeah, so now they have pretty much the entire image, apart from that very, very rightmost slice there. So they've got a lot of space to work with, but they just don't have the tools to work with that space very well. So they're going to really have to try and, you know, think creatively here about how they're going to make this work with just squares. Another difficulty that comes up with color as well is that because of how the human brain works, colors may look slightly different in some contexts compared to other contexts.
Yeah, so Hex
Garlips
actually did talk about this. It is to support your point. Sorry for interrupting you.
No worries. Yeah.
There was a big push to have or a discussion by the creator of this to actually have paint use YCMK, because it's a little bit more naturally representative of how humans see color.
Oh, interesting.
But no, I don't know why they made the decision, but no, they stuck with RGB, perhaps just because it's classic paint. And that does cause, as you were saying, that does actually, it's not made up, it's not a Garlips excuse. It causes a dissonance because RGB actually processes colours in a way that is just ever so slightly different enough that we're like, that colour isn't how we see that colour, but it is how the computer perceives the colour.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, with Garlips here, having this, like, one solid color taking up most of the canvas, like, this color, having other colors next to it might make them look slightly different in comparison to the actual image. You know, it's like that optical illusion where you see a gray next to black, and then you see a gray next to white. And because the gray next to the white looks lighter than the gray next to the black, you think they're two different colors when they're actually the same.
Yeah, absolutely. My printer has just turned itself on. I don't know what's caused that.
It's because we were talking about CMYK. It wanted to get in on the action.
I was wondering why my desk was suddenly vibrating. I couldn't find what it was. My printer's turned on. DMAC's percentage, by the way. Let's just point that out. He did what Hex did and made his entire canvas grey. And now he's in second place.
DMAC was really struggling there at the beginning, but is now taken, you know, is rocketed into second place. It's quite amazing.
But I just love the strategy. Hex got over his hump by painting his entire canvas grey, and DMAC the players can't hear each other. DMAC entirely independently went, sod it, I'm going to paint my whole canvas grey, and has made the same progress.
Yeah, and Garlips has done something similar as well with this kind of like brown tan color instead of grey. They've all decided that just having this big block of color is, you know, good enough.
And incidentally, this is what I was... Look what DMAC's doing.
I like the use of the text tool here. That's very good.
Oh, bless him.
And funnily enough, this is a really close race now. All of our racers on 49-point-something%.
Yeah, DMAC lost a little bit for his Grand Theft Auto there. Dropped back down to 48.
But like, this is the closest race we've seen by far, because with the other two races, like, usually it started off close, but then the racers kind of like pulled apart as they tried different things. But they all have like pretty different strategies on how to tackle this image. Yet all of them are very close together in terms of progress.
Oh dear, Hex is drawing Tater.
Yeah, Hex has beelined it for Tater. This is the first, like, kind of face that Hex has really attempted to do.
Tater is not happy to witness himself being drawn a second time.
I think Hex has, like, heard us and has moved on to something different.
Interesting. Garlips is going for a little bit more of that background gradient. And he's losing points, and the reason he's losing points is because he's going over the person.
Yeah, it's interesting because you want the background to be accurate, because if you have an accurate background, then it makes painting the people on easier, because then you don't have to go back and worry about the background. Because that's the problem that Hextree is going to have when Hextree inevitably has to go back over this top left corner, is that he's put so much there that actually filling in the background color is going to be really difficult, trying to get it in between all those existing paint. But Garlips has now changed strategy and is now trying to draw the characters.
It's good. I'm glad we're going to see at least one face drawn today. I think that's important. You know, the chat really loved the previous face, so I think I think seeing more faces could be good. It looks like Hex is going to take on the Grand Theft Auto.
I mean, yeah, it was gonna have to happen at some point, and I think Hex is like, you know, was hoping to leave it until maybe had a little bit of a more sophisticated tool to deal with it, but it's just gone, sod it. I'm just gonna do this now.
Yeah, the line tool definitely works for this, but you and I think you'd agree. You know, if you had the pencil, you'd be like, oh, this is the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the rounded rectangle tool is probably like, you know, maybe the third best tool to tackle this font, like this logo with.
You're thinking line tool as even better?
I think the line tool would be better than the rounded rectangle tool for this, but I think the rounded rectangle tool is definitely very good at this kind of shape.
Well, yeah, because you can draw the rounded rectangle thin enough that it is effectively the line.
I suppose that's true, but the line has like a uniform thickness, which might be more helpful.
Garlips is now in first place after his wonderful efforts working on the person.
This mystery Grand Theft Auto 6 character who we'll have to wait and see when the game releases who this is. Hextree again going for a face.
No. Whose face is it this time? Hextree's going to go for Kylorian now. See how Kylo comes out of this.
Yeah, again, this race was incredibly close like a few minutes ago, and it's still incredibly close. The racers are still neck and neck with each other, even, you know, they've had all this time to paint stuff, but they're still like very close. I think Garlips maybe has a slight advantage here for having more of the canvas to like work with and do stuff with, but yeah, it still could be anyone's game.
DMAC's going for like some abstract square art. I'm not quite sure. It's working for him. This is not a criticism, but DMAC's canvas definitely looks different to the other two.
Yeah, I think DMAC's canvas definitely, at least to the human eye, looks the least like the target image, but the computer is loving it.
Garlips has written the text, "Get your physical disc in November, lol." He's written that
it's a bit
over
of a
Decky
contentious
as well.
topic now. A lot of these companies now are saying that people don't want physical games, so they're going to stop making them. But I don't know. I can't speak for everyone, I suppose, but I can at least speak for myself. I tend to buy all of my games physically when I can.
Now, see, game companies like to do this. They say people don't want. What that means is we don't want to pay for. The people have always wanted. They're just going to say that we don't want it.
That's true, yeah.
And I think that's been reflected in the outcry of people going, "Hold on, who's people? I want physical games. I love physical games."
Yeah, because I definitely have friends who do usually just buy digital games, but I feel somewhat like a lot of the people that I know, at least in person, tend not to buy physical games, and I feel like I was a bit of an outlier in that. But after seeing all this discourse online, I feel like maybe they're the outliers and I'm the one who's doing the thing that a lot of people do.
Well, I think it's people want a little bit of both. I think people want to be able to buy digital games, but the digital purchase to actually be a purchase, not a license. I think that is where people actually want it to be. I think there is a large number of people who don't want a physical disc, but do want to own the game that they're purchasing.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, it's kind of hard though to I mean, having options I think is always the best thing. Removing options, like, people are always gonna like disagree with that. I think I disagree with it personally. I think that all the games ever released should all be physical. I think, you know, for some indie studios it's a little bit infeasible to make their games physical, and I can understand that, but for these big companies I think that they should be making these games physical.
Certainly agree, and you know, for me there's an element of nostalgia in it. I'm old enough that the physical game was part of the adventure of getting the new game. You know, opening the box on the car ride home to read the manual so that you knew what you were going to play the second that you put it into your console of choice. You know, that was a whole ritual that was fantastic about getting a new game.
Oh, I agree. It's so exciting. Recently I went pretty far out of my way because I don't live near a video game shop. So I had to go pretty far out of my way to go to the shop to specifically buy, like, I can't remember what game it was. It was Rhythm Heaven Groove I bought most recently.
Ooh,
I've been having a lot of fun with that. But I was willing to go pretty far out of my way just so I could have the game physically. Like, the download is obviously more convenient, but I very much enjoy having it. A physical item that I can have in my possession. And it also means that I can share the game, you know, with my roommate or my partner. I can give it to them and they can also experience the game for themselves as well.
Gutsy to announce going all digital the same week you delete all digital movies from customers' accounts. Yeah, well,
I guess I figured might as well just get all the bad press in 1 week.
Yeah, people will get over it. They'll forget. So Garlips still ahead at this point in time.
Yeah, still extremely close, but Garlips is ahead, and Garlips has, like, you know, all this blank space to work with. Hextree's struggling a little bit here with this logo. Trying to get it just right.
DMAC's wondering where else he can squeeze in an abstract box.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited. There's only 20 minutes left. I don't know if any of these competitors are actually going to finish this.
Oh god, no. Absolutely not.
Well, here's the interesting thing, like, because we still only have the rounded rectangle. If some of these tools start coming in, these players might speed up. Like, we've seen how good Hextree is at just, like, sniffing out these random spots to get, like, tiny bit more percentage. So if we see, like, a pencil tool unlock, that could actually be, you know, bad for Garlips. That might favor Hextree more. Garlips might be far more comfortable with just using this rounded rectangle tool.
You're definitely correct, but Hex is now embroiled in writing out Grand Theft Auto, which, you know, Garlips has already done.
Yeah. Garlips has already gone through this song and dance, and Garlips is working on other stuff instead. Yeah, I definitely think DMAC is really struggling here with this rounded rectangle, trying to figure out ways to use it. But to his credit, he's doing very well.
He is. He's doing better than I could. Interestingly,
Like,
you
DMAC
mentioned
has completely ignored the objective of trying to make the images look the same, and is just trying to, like, game the system now by getting the number to go up.
that's probably easier for an image like this. If you're not artistically minded, it's probably easier to do that. But interestingly, we've seen a shift in playstyles towards something that you suggested after the first game. In our first art piece, they weren't using their palette at all, but for this one, where the colours are really quite detailed and intense, you can see all of our racers are actually making use of their palettes.
Yeah, they do have the color picker tool, so they don't need to use their palettes, but the fact that they are, I think it's a good idea, because a lot of the colors, this image has a very specific color palette. A lot of the colors in this image are going to be quite samey. Like, there's going to be lots of different areas of the image with, like, you know, that kind of like purple in the palm trees in the top left is very similar to the purple in the top right, is very similar to the purple in the bottom left. I think DMAC is mostly using this palette is like every time that DMAC has a color that like works well, DMAC I think is saving it to the palette and thinking, okay, where else can I use this color? I'll keep it in there for later in case I need it again.
In case he needs to paint his whole canvas grey again.
Yeah, maybe.
Garlips still holding on to a slight lead.
Just barely in the lead. Hextree is like catching up slowly, but the gap is like, it's shrinking and widening, but it's so close. Hextree within like tickling distance of Garlips.
I'm a little sad that no faces are being drawn. I really wanted someone to draw the lovers. Oh, Garlips is having a little look at the lovers. As is Hextree. It's like they heard me.
Garlips has a very, like, you know, I guess minimalist impression of these faces here. Just using the black, and like keeping the rest of the colors the same.
Although I guess it is hard to draw the faces without like a pencil tool, right? Drawing a face with that, just the rectangle tool is probably why they're avoiding it so much.
Even having like a circle tool would make these faces so much easier. Like, because these faces, they're round. They're not like square shaped at all. So in order to get like the circular shape of the face, you'd really need to like go super detailed with the you know, rounded rectangle tool. It's kind of like trying to draw a circle if you're doing it in like pixel art. It's not really, it's very tricky to get like curves in pixel art.
Hextree's still just working away on Grand Theft Auto. I'm happy that you've mentioned pixel art.
Yeah, Yosh is a big fan of pixel art. I'm familiar with that much. But I'm personally astounded that they still only have the rounded rectangle tool.
Yeah, I knew this image was going to be difficult, but I feel like I can't be blamed for the seed. You know, the seed not giving them any, you know, they might have made a lot more progress if they'd gotten a pencil or a paintbrush, even like you said, the elliptical tool.
I mean, even though I do think this is interesting though, because it's testing like a different skill to the other ones we've seen. The other ones we've seen, you know, there's some point in the run where they basically just get all of the tools, like come at them all at once, and then they just go. But this time they're forced to use some of the more awkward shapes in order to make, they have to just make it work. So it's a completely different kind of game here. I thought that by now maybe one of them would have maybe like resorted to using the text tool in some futile effort to get more percentage, but they've all stayed very headstrong in their decision to use this rounded rectangle.
Garlips has used the text tool, but I don't think he's used it in a particularly helpful way.
Okay, well, that's a good point. That's a good point. And I think we did see DMAC use it very briefly.
DMAC did type the words Grand Theft Auto in the text tool and realised that that wasn't going to get him even remotely close.
Garlips, you know, it's still, Hextree's still within striking distance, but Garlips has pulled, you know, very, widened the gap just a little bit between the two of them.
Yeah, and maybe it does just come down to the fact that Garlips has already done the perfect Grand Theft Auto, whilst Hextree he's having to scrape away at that percent.
I'm just waiting. At one point, one of these players is probably going to hit a percentage that's going to unlock a new tool, and that's just going to open so many more possibilities for them that, like, it renders what they've done up until this point like kind of pointless.
I'm not sure they'll get there.
Yeah, it's a matter of, we don't know how far away the next tool is. It could be the next percentage point, or it could just like be at the very final hurdle. But like each percentage point they pass where they're not getting a new tool is, you know, grueling, because it's getting more and more difficult to find those details where they can actually use the rounded rectangle tool productively. So this very well could come down right to the wire here.
I do like Garlips' 16-bit hyper turbo there. Oh, extra canvas.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's huge.
Still no tool, but extra canvas. Maybe once he's filled out this canvas, he'll get a tool.
You see, this is the thing that happens. The extra canvas is going to lead to like a ton of unlocks very quickly.
Unless you're Garlips, in which case it's carry on with the rectangle. And yes, Tan's emotes are absolutely fantastic. I am well gel with the Tan emotes. They are some of my favourite. Handmade by Hobby Tan.
Those are incredibly smooth pixel art animations, I must say. Oh, and also, I've just realized Garlips actually does now have the pencil tool.
Oh, a pencil!
Garlips has unlocked it.
Oh,
like, out of all
sweet.
of the unlocks that Garlips could have gotten, I think that is definitely, like, the best one.
You say whilst he refuses to use it.
I mean, I think the Garlips is, like, has the right idea here, because the pencil tool is pretty good for these like small like little details, but the rounded rectangle is just so much better at filling in these large swaths of color. So I agree with Garlips' decision to like make a large swath of color as a base to which he can then use the pencil tool to get in those like fine details and really make it come together. But once Garlips is done like painting in this this extra bit of canvas here, I think we will see a switch to the pencil, as Garlips has pretty much run out of options of what the rounded rectangle is kind of capable of.
Tater says he doesn't care what the percent says. DMAC wins this one for you. Is it because nobody's tried to draw your face? Where DMAC hasn't tried to draw your face at all?
I mean, if these three were in an art museum together, I think DMAC's would probably be the most most artistic, the most what the kind of thing that you would see in a gallery.
Garlips has just again used the text tool, so there you go. You were saying you wanted him to use the text tool. He's just used it to write the words "I'm fish" on Fish's face.
Yeah, Garlips has pulled ahead quite a bit here, but Hextree is now getting that extra bit of canvas in. Hextree, the pencil unlock for Hextree is
there.
imminent.
It is. There it is. Pencil.
There it is.
for
Okay.
Hextree. So 63% is pencil. So DMAC has a long way to go if he wants pencil.
What it's really going to come down to here is how effectively can Hextree use this pencil tool in the next 7 minutes, or even 6 minutes left. Because we know that we've seen in the previous matches, Hextree is rather proficient with this pencil tool.
Say that
Especially
while he's using the
when equipped with the color picker tool as well. But Hextree's still opting to go for the round of rectangle. Like I said, much better at filling in these large swaths of color. But the pencil tool is definitely going to be coming into effect after the rectangles, like the vague shape is there.
He did a small bit of detailing with the pencil and then, went back to the rectangle because I think he realised he had large blocks of colour that needed doing, and as you've said, it was just better to get that rectangle filling it in.
You definitely want to try and put down as much of these shapes of color as you can. And then you can focus on making the shape and perfect. But the color matters a lot as well. And getting the color right is definitely going to be a big boost to your points.
Yeah, I could never predict the cruelty of the siege. I did anticipate they would have got a brush much sooner than 53 minutes was when I think they both got their brush or their pencil.
Yeah, really, really coming in here at the last moment. And it is kind of working because Hextree is now making a big push forward. There was a big gap between them after Garlips got that extra canvas space, but now that gap has closed dramatically. Hextree's still kind of going strong, whereas Garlips is falling, slowing down a little bit.
Again, Hex is looking for those markers in his overlay that are telling him the computer doesn't like the color, and he's just replacing them. He's just getting a color picker on it, and he's just replacing the color, and he doesn't really care if it looks like the image. He's just getting that color down, and he's gone from multiple percent behind to there's only 0.3% between them.
Yeah, this is going to be so close. It really comes down to now who can use the pencil tool more effectively. They've been stuck with the rounded rectangle so long, they don't need it anymore. They've got the base down. They just need to get these details in. And whoever can get these details in, not just accurately but quickly, because they're running out of time. They need to get this done fast. They need to think, what is the most efficient place I can be putting paint down right now?
Yeah, especially Garlips doesn't know, but Hextree is right on his tail as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Is like, Garlips is probably, not that stressed out, thinking like, oh, they're probably either way behind me or way in front of me.
Knowing Garlips, because he was messing around with the text, I think he doesn't realise that he is actually the furthest ahead. I think he's probably gone,
exactly.
I messed around with the text, so I'm probably not even close. I've been messing around. I'm just having fun. I don't think he realises he's in first place at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I can't stop watching it. It's so close. Like, Hextree has been so close the entire race, but has not yet overtaken Garlips.
So what we're gonna do?
Oh no, not quite.
What we're gonna do to make sure they finish as close as possible to the actual stop time for the final 15 seconds, we're gonna need to be quiet because I'm gonna mute them ahead so I can say stop exactly on the hour.
Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot exactly on the hour.
I could do that, but my screenshot button likes to mess up.
Okay, I'll try taking a screenshot and see if that helps. See if it works.
People pointing out Hex has just overtaken him at the very last second.
Oh my goodness.
Right, I'm going to unmute the races now, so no more commentary from us. Racers, cease your painting. We have hit the hour mark, and it was a photo finish. Sorry, chat said something funny. I'm going to unmute you all one by one. There we go. That's an important part of the stat. It was such a photo finish that we had to shut up for the last 10 seconds so I could unmute you.
Oh boy.
I could unmute you.
I sure do love drawing with rounded rectangles. It's the best.
Yeah. It was about 63%, or perhaps even later, that you actually saw another tool other than rounded that you could draw with, other than rounded rectangle. Yeah. So, did you take the screenshot?
Yep. I can send it to you.
Excellent. No, I didn't mess up the timer, Umaro. I reset it on the hour because it's an hour per image. The 3 seconds is messed up. Okay, excellent. Thank you for the screenshot. Randomized TV. How did you find the third image, everyone? I can't be blamed for your seed RNG before you blame me for your rounded rectangle.
I really enjoyed doing the logo.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah.
It's the bit I'm proudest of.
Yeah, there are definitely parts of this that the rounded rectangle or straight rectangle would benefit.
I had fun.
Good. Yeah, I was a big fan of a strategy adopted by both DMAC and Hex, which was to paint your canvas grey, the entire canvas. Which given how colourful the image is, it gave an alarming amount of progress.
That's upsetting, because I never did that.
So,
when you've got very low bit depth, the neutral grey covers a lot of the colours, yeah.
Very clever, very clever. So I had Randomized TV take a screenshot of the hour because it was that close. In third place with 54.609%, we have DMAC. In second place with 67.522, we have Garlips.
But
And in first place with 67.752, we have Hextree. Wow. And Garlips, you were ahead almost the entire time until the last 2 minutes.
No!
And we said we didn't...
I will say, like, Hextree
was the last thing I was
like
drawing?
very... Like, Hextree was on your tail the entire time. It was so close the entire way through.
Oh, jeez.
we thought on commentary that you didn't realize how far ahead you were because you were messing around with silly text messages and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know if he realizes he's in first place right now.
Well, I've written here I'm fish, but I think if I remove this, you could still tell. I think you could still tell this was fish.
You definitely could still tell that was fish. I had a lot of fun preparing this image. I was a little sad nobody got to draw any faces, but that was no one's fault because it just didn't give you any tools to draw any faces.
This is a fish. This is a face.
This is a fish. No, that's a face, guys. And Hextree's done a wonderful Tater as well. I stand corrected. Tater's not happy about it, by the way. Once again, please save your images for distribution at the end of the event. And well done, everybody. We've got one more room, one more image left to race. Adding the... Tater would like to ask everyone, how is he a council member and mod and have 0 power to prevent this? He's not happy. Right, let me get you your...
I think being a council member makes it more likely to happen.
Get you your new seeds. I do have to refresh the rooms first. Let me just do that.
And DMAC, whilst you were not the winner of the, percentage-wise, you seem to be the chat's favorite, at the very least.
I hope everyone enjoys suffering through my abstraction.
I was gonna say,
I like it.
It was really cool that they got Picasso to do the cover of Grand Theft Auto 6.
No, Tater was, for quite a bit, unironically saying he liked yours the most, because yours looked like, and I think Randomize said it as well, yours looked like the most, like, if you were to go and see an art gallery and be like, this is my artist's interpretation of Grand Theft Auto 6, yours looked like the most likely thing that you would see in a gallery.
Take that as a massive compliment, and can't wait to let everyone down with the next one.
Excellent. Well, I think everyone has received their new seed. And we've only got one image left to draw, because obviously the 5th image was just something I made as an event piece. So we're on image 4 of 4. And, we've had a bit of a journey. We've gone from Persona 5, an iconic game, to Mina the Hollower, a game really celebrating its success, to one of the most anticipated games of, I think, all time in Grand Theft Auto 6. But I've always thought, wouldn't it be cool if StruggleR had its own game? I think it would be cool if StruggleR had its own game. That's gonna be our 4th image.
I'd play this game. And then speedrun it. Tater's a dog. He sure is. Pencil start
truly
too.
Incredible. Oh my goodness, this is unheard of.
I know. This is the final battle.
this is the final battle. So, racers, are you all ready?
I'm ready.
Excellent.
Yep, I'm ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
Excellent. Then commence your final draw in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Yeah, so as I think it was Garlips pointed out, this is a pencil start, which is crazy.
Yeah, so we've got some great characters here for the StruggleR video game. We've got paint vampire lips, as already pointed out by Umaro. So this is actually an image from one of Garlips' practices for this very race, which I find fantastic, and I just had to include it. We've got Fish as the Godfather, the Wheel Father, of course. We've got Tater as a dog. I don't know why I did that. I was clearly just feeling passive-aggressive at the time. Mr. Matt Internet, of course, one of our most glorious personalities and hosts. Decky F as Tifa, and Fish dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, Matt, I think this image is great, but I want to point out Matt's expression. Matt looks like he doesn't want to be here. He looks kind of on the fence about the whole thing.
I did have to squash the image down from the first one I created. That image, he is actually giving double thumbs up, so he is overjoyed.
Oh, okay.
You just can't
never
tell.
mind. Yeah, because it looks like he's wincing about it. He's like, oh no, I'm the protagonist of this game.
DMAC and Garlips already at 26%.
Yeah, so this is an interesting difficulty that they're having here, which they haven't experienced in any of the other matches because they always started with a shape tool.
Garlips
is that they're having to fill in the background. They're having to rub the mouse repeatedly left and right to scribble in the background.
Garlips is copying what the racers did in the previous one, which is to colour everything grey, and that's currently working out for him.
Oh my god.
As Garlips is at 44%.
Shot way into the lead. But yeah, the filling in large areas of color is going to be, the pencil tool. You think that's the best thing ever. The pencil tool, it's so versatile, but it really struggles to fill in these large areas of color fast. And now they've got the color picker as well. They're really getting all the best stuff to start off with, really.
Yeah, this is a very nice seed for a very nice closing race image, and it might be a nice consolation prize, because if Garlips picks up this win, then we don't need to worry about a tiebreaker between him and DMAC, which as it currently stands, he would be winning anyway.
Yeah, so this could be over quickly, depending on how generous this particular image is with the colors. But like you said, the faces are a very difficult thing to get right, and there's quite a lot of them in this image, so that could be an area where our racers struggle.
You're saying I went above and beyond. Yeah, I really feel like I did for this one. I will admit, if anyone reviews this and is upset because they think the background for this cover art is the use of AI, I genuinely don't know. I did the legitimate thing. I went to a stock images website and acquired it from there. I cannot verify whether the artist who made the image used AI, but I acquired it through lawful means and not generative means. But yes, it is a generic stock image video game background, and then I have applied the wonderful fusion of stock images and Wheeler faces to create this wonderful cover art for StruggleR.
See, I thought this was just a photograph. You just got all the Wheelers together and took a big photograph.
Yeah, it would look exactly like this.
This is Mr. Met Internet doing what he does best, going outside and touching some grass.
I really don't know why I made Tater a dog. It's just so mean.
It's like Airbud. There's not a rule saying a dog can't race in StruggleR.
Absolutely. No, see, Tater has reminded me. It was Doggy Up. I know it sounds like I'm latching on your clever answer. It was Tater had this obsession with Doggy Up, and he would nag Garlips to play it like constantly. And he does currently own the world record in Doggy Up as well. But yes, it's one of the games that they'll be racing as part of their Ascension match. But yeah, Tater was obsessed with Doggy Up for a while, or very specifically obsessed with getting Garlips to play it. Oh, it's the other way around. Sorry. Very not obsessed with Doggy Up and very against the idea whilst Garlips was harassing him. Tater didn't like that it had items and power-ups in it. And then it turns out that for the speedrun has nothing to do with the race.
Oh.
Is that a more accurate representation, Tater?
So Garlips has been using this gray background strategy and has been working well. Garlips is still very much in the lead. DMAC in second place. Hextree actually lagging behind here for the first time, I think.
I think Hextree's just enjoying himself. He's just drawing.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, might as well.
Garlips is giving us some faces, though, which I do appreciate.
Yeah, it's just like a silhouette at this point, but I'm hoping that we'll get some more detail in there some point.
Well, there's real inception going on, because unlike all the others, which are photographs, Garlips' face is his paint depiction of his face. So we are witnessing a paint depiction of a paint depiction.
Oh. So yeah, that would have been the most meta thing you could have done, is just create one of these images in MS Paint. But then the race might have been over very quickly.
I had all sorts of ideas. My initial idea before I was directed to make it game themed was I was just going to get like iconic pieces of art. I really wanted to have them draw Scream.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Exactly. I really just wanted to be like, look, here's Scream, off you go.
Garlips is kind of looking like Jeff the Killer there.
Not the most flattering. I do think, even if it's not in StruggleR, I do think a classical art version of this race would be entertaining.
I would love to see it. You could have them do that one painting where it's like all the disciples at the table.
Last Supper.
That's it. That's the one.
Or, what's that really colourful one? Starry Night. Do Starry Night.
Oh, that one would be really good.
Or maybe not. Maybe that's enough blue that the computer would just be like, yeah, paint your canvas blue and call it good. Hex really closed that gulf now. He's only a couple of points behind DMAC.
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention to Hex that much. I'm not sure what they did to catch up so quickly, but yeah, they've really like sped up now. Yeah, I'd love to see like them do like a what's his name? A like Salvador Dali painting. That's what I was thinking of.
Peter, well, with the faces, what's that farmer's and farmer's wife one? Yeah, silver's correct. It's American Gothic. I don't think I know any Hieronymus Bosch. Let me have a little look.
I don't either. I looked it up, but I think it would be fun. I liked what I saw. Very detailed, like a very surreal kind of painting style from what I saw.
Oh, I quite like this adoration of the Magi. I quite like that.
Another thing you could do is like get them to paint like a Where's Waldo page.
Where's Waldo page? Well, it's funny you mention that, actually, because my 5th image, my secret rage image, would you like to know what it is now because they're not going to see it? Okay,
go on.
It was a cover-up from one of the Katamari games, and you know how much colour is on one of those.
Oh my goodness. That would have been incredible.
I was going to be, if they gave me the option, I was just going to be really mad at them and throw them a Katamari cover and be like, sod it, off you go.
Yeah, just like the most like detailed, intricate piece of art ever.
Not that I'm passive aggressive or anything.
I remember I was playing Mecha Chameleon the other day with some friends, and we were looking at custom maps, and one of them was just the like entirety of like r/place. That was like so difficult to spot people in just because it's so detailed and so colorful.
Tan, I'm a little upset you say if you've ever seen or played a Silent Hill game. You should know, Tan. I'm a Silent Hill stan. I am one of the few people who say Silent Hill is better than Resident Evil.
I mean, I've not played either of them, but I think from the name alone, I like the name Silent Hill. Garlips now is able to... Garlips is pulling way ahead now. Had that big canvas expansion, and presumably now is going to start working on the text.
Oh, is this where Garlips loses? Is this where Garlips loses? He starts writing StruggleR.
We've seen Garlips' affinity for filling out these like text, like logos. Oh, also, I didn't even notice, but they have also unlocked the brush tool, which is kind of like the pencil tool, but very slightly more versatile.
Oh, it's beginning.
Yep, Garlips is going for it.
Garlips is going for it. He just can't resist it.
I think that this is a good idea because, at least compared to the last image, I think that the logo, like the text, takes up so much more space here than it did on the Grand Theft Auto one.
It certainly does.
So I'm not against Garlips going for the text. I think that's probably what I would do in his boots.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the perspective of the audience, where I'm like, I'd go for some faces, but that's just because I want to see more faces.
Well, we're gonna see that eventually once they run out of detail to add.
Hex
That's
is
be like
once
the last
again.
thing they try.
Hex has once again made a beeline for Tater.
Nope. Never mind. I thought it would be a little bit more before they'd resort to the faces, but no, Hex is just going straight for it.
I think he's done it on purpose. I think he's doing it for the content, as they say.
He's doing for the bit.
Oh, he gets worse every time. Every time.
Oh goodness. It's like looking at one of those like ice cream bars that like depicts a character.
Oh, it's so good. Tater, if you've ever wondered what you would look like as a fab lolly, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell you what, DMAC's hot on Hex's heels though.
Yeah, DMAC's getting there. Garlips is still way ahead in the lead, but
He has got more canvas space.
Yeah, Garlips. Last time Garlips was in the lead for a long time, but eventually lost it. So we'll see if Garlips is able to maintain this lead for the rest of the race.
Hex going for the economical approach there and just colouring it in yellow because yellow's the predominant colour.
Yeah, I think that's a good play as well. Just getting the instant gratification of that percentage point going up. Seeing if you get any more tools or anything that might be able to help you. Interestingly, Garlips has used the same blue for both the Struggle and the R, but the R is actually a slightly deeper blue.
I'm not sure the computer will care about that.
Maybe not. Maybe it's too close to say, but I'm not sure. Maybe that might dot Garlips, you know, maybe like a half percentage point or something.
Maybe.
Oh, and Hextree is pulled into the lead now after all that yellow was plopped right onto the canvas.
Oh, he's done it. He's done it again. He's stealing it. But you got to remember, Garlips has put a lot of time into detail, and if it comes to a point where they're struggling for percent at the end of the image, the detail that he's invested will help him out.
Yeah, definitely. I still find it interesting. Garlips is often like less willing to zoom into the image. Hextree like gets right up in there, right up in the details. Whereas Garlips likes to stay a bit further back and see the image as a whole.
And I think that's, you know, artist versus person playing the game, right? Garlips looking at the image as a whole, that helps him as the artist be like, this is how everything frames together. Whereas Hex is literally like, how do I make this tiny piece satisfy the computer?
See, I'm not sure what is the best approach here, whether zooming right in and seeing it, like getting all the small nooks and crannies correct is right, or whether it's better to just do it vaguely from a distance.
I think zooming in is better. Within this context of making a computer happy with your pixels, I think zooming in so you can, you know, place it as accurately as you can get it, because that's all the computer cares about, is better.
Yeah, but it also means, I mean, I guess it's an investment of time, right? Because Hextree's zooming in and doing it so much more detailed. Hextree's investing more time into this logo than Garlips was, but that does lead to a higher accuracy. And so I'm somewhat inclined to think that Hextree's strategy of trying to get the little details right might be paying off here.
We'll certainly see. Garlips has overtaken him again.
Like, that was something that Hextree kind of neglected at the beginning of last round, was trying to get all those small details right. But to be fair, when you're given the rounded rectangle, that's not really something you can do anyways.
Yeah, and there is an element of that, regardless of how you as the player want to approach your paint games. You know, the random tools start dictates that, you know, there has to be at least some flexibility, whether you like the paint can the most or the rectangle the most. You don't really get to choose, and therefore you need some flexibility in what you do based on the tools that you have.
Yeah, exactly. I am glad that we got to see that last match with the rounded rectangle. It was really interesting to see that here. Again, they're really not getting that much extra tools here, but it doesn't really matter because the pencil and the paintbrush is really, like, that's really what they want at this point. I don't think any additional tools would really help them out here. They're unlocking more palette colors, but they're not really using them because they don't need to. They've got the color picker. The only thing that I think would help more is like more color accuracy, I guess, but they're pretty much just set to like go with the pencil. They started with the pencil, and from there they've not really changed what they've been doing this entire time. It's just a matter of who can be more accurate.
I think so.
I do like DMAC's interpretation of the logo, though.
We're talking about whether it's, you know, better to zoom in and draw it precisely or zoom out and draw it precisely. And DMAC's gone, what if I do neither? What if I just draw it? What if I just write the word StruggleR? DMAC giving us what we would call in the business an artist's interpretation, as opposed to a replication.
Yeah, DMAC is making an homage to this wonderful piece. But I mean, DMAC, we make fun of DMAC, but DMAC is not that far off of the other two.
No, and if you look at DMAC's piece as a whole, it's solid. It's got the elements. It just needs the detail now.
Yeah, DMAC has detail in places that the other racers don't. Like, DMAC has made more of an effort, I think, to get that path and to get like some of the more specific features of the characters, like Matt's hair, that the other racers have somewhat neglected.
Go more faces from Hextree.
I wonder if Hextree is gonna draw in these glasses here.
And he and Garlips keep trading first place. They're both in 70%, so they're both on the final 10% now.
Yeah, we might see a finish here. Last time they were really like, they're really screwed over by just having the rounded rectangle, but now they've been given like pretty much the best tools they could have possibly asked for. So the game is handing them everything they need. It's just a matter of executing, and I'm sure we'll see someone finish this one because we've got half an hour to go and they're already at 70%.
want more faces. Give me more faces.
We'll definitely get there eventually. They're gonna run out of other small details, and they're eventually gonna have to confront the fact that they're gonna have to draw these people's faces in.
I require faces.
The court wants faces, so you shall draw faces.
Excellent. I'm storing that one. What I like about DMAC and how he's approaching it is he really is just drawing, which I appreciate. He's not zoomed in, he's not really tried to make stuff line up so much as he's just gone, I'm just going to draw the picture. I'm going to go for the human's judgment reenactment of the picture as opposed to the computer's.
Yeah, definitely.
And I like it. It's nice to look at.
It's nice that we get to see it from like the these other races, they're zooming in, they're zooming out, so it's sometimes quite hard to see the progress and the full picture. You could make a time lapse out of what DMAC has done, really.
It's like he's working on Garlips currently. So Garlips in the bottom of fish.
I like Garlips' attention to detail with Matt here.
Well, you know, if there's someone you do justice in the wheel community, it is Mr. Matt Internet himself.
I think that Garlips' interpretation of Matt is incredible so far. I mean, like, not only does it look good to like us, but I think it's probably also pretty accurate in terms of like, you know, pure percentage points. We haven't really seen Garlips do that many faces. Garlips did a couple in the last one, and also did himself in the Mina the Hollower art. But now we're really getting to see Garlips' faces come together.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Garlips' face. Very flattering.
Yeah, exactly.
So Hextree at 72, Garlips at 70, and DMAC at 68. So really, really close between all three of our racers this time.
Yeah, those first couple of matches were kind of just Hextree way ahead in the lead, and the other two eating dust. But I think now maybe they've become more accustomed to the way that this game works. They've warmed up, and now they're unleashing their artistic talent in one last-ditch effort to get some points on the board.
Yeah, and I think just to do the races a little credit, I will do a minor correction there. That second match, it was actually DMAC who pulled away, like, substantially right at the beginning.
That is true. That is true.
And I think, to your point, it was his lack of familiarity about how this actually works that then made him lose that lead. Because as Tan has already pointed out, DMAC joined the race last minute and has had no opportunities to practice, whereas the other two have practiced.
And I think it's a stunning performance. I'm not sure that if I was racing right now, I would have been able to compete with DMAC's, you know, creativity in, you know, especially in that second round. Like you said, we saw DMAC like pull way ahead right at the beginning just by, you know, getting the right background color. And again, we saw in the last match DMAC's willingness to like not be too precious about what they've done so far and be willing to make changes to benefit the score.
I think, especially because, you know, this race was very much described that the winner is the first to 2. So they knew after the second image that Hextree has won. You know, no matter how well they did in Grand Theft Auto or this one, they can't win because it's first to 2. So I do think that also, on top of getting more familiar with paint, I think they're just enjoying it. I think they are just enjoying being in paint.
Yeah, you know, it's such a compelling experience, not just like, I'm sure it is for them as well, but even watching this, I'm very compelled. I love seeing how they're getting on, seeing each player's different interpretation of the of the assignment, I suppose.
And paint as a race, I think it surprised a lot of people. I know at least 2 people who said, had they seen what the race was like sooner than when they saw Garlips practicing it, they would have signed up for this race. So I'm expecting not only for paint to come back, but for it to be a hotly contested race in the future season.
I'd be looking forward to it. It's such a simple idea, but it works so well.
Tan had to drop out from this race. I would have joined this race, but obviously I ended up broadcasting because Garlips had to join the race because Stormy also needed to drop out. So Garlips joined, and then I watched the practice and was like, oh, I wish I'd joined. Yeah, Umaro did consider joining as well, but it was, you know, the Sonic race was only yesterday.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if this does get run again, how those other competitors will fare, because I think throughout this race we've been able to see like 3 distinct like art styles and approaches, and I'd be interested to see what other people's approaches would be, if they'd be like, you know, would they use similar tactics to what we've seen here, or would they try something else entirely?
So I am a less skilled Hextree. I did do some to get familiar with how the tool works myself. I zoom right in pretty much immediately, and I just try to make color match because I can't draw. I don't pretend to be able to draw. So I rely very heavily on that silhouette guidance to just be like, does this color match for the entire image?
Yeah. I suppose there's also a difference in like, you know, do you take it slow? Are you careful with your lines, trying to get the shape just right? Or do you just kind of like slap stuff down, make it like, you know, just kind of get stuff on the canvas and then like try and refine it later?
I think you make that decision based on the tools that you have, like whether you know, if you're starting with the pencil, the idea of doing detail is a little bit more palatable than when you've got to get all the way up to 63% with the rectangle tool.
Yeah, that's definitely a consideration you need to make, especially, you know, on the fly. You need to be like, okay, these are the tools I have, this is the image I have. How can I make these work together?
Look at Hextree's Mr. Angry Internet.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
Oh, every single time Hex touches a person, it's just beautiful.
It made Mr. Internet very red.
Garlips has done some like communist poster shading on Decky's face in his depiction. It's like wild.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like a graffiti.
No, Mr. Matt is not still here. He went to watch the footy because the footy's on and he likes the footy.
I mean, that's the thing. That's still happening.
It is still
fun.
happening. People do enjoy the footy. Looks like he's making a stylistic approach to Decky's face as well. Others have been drawn in a very particular way, but no, he's going for Decky. He's gone real stylistic.
Hextree and Garlips have done a very similar approach here with this face. I like Hextree's addition of these like very bushy looking eyebrows though.
That's a quote that I am genuinely happy to be added to the bot because I will stand by that quote every single time Hex has drawn a person. I have loved it.
Hex knows what the fans want.
And it's people.
Again, we can see like Hextree is like zoomed like pretty much as close as you can go see the individual pixels of the image, but Garlips and DMAC are like way out viewing the whole thing at once.
And just to review the percentages if you're not checking them out for yourself, 74.59 for Hextree, just removed a bunch of progress, 73.293 for Garlips, and 70.057 for DMAC.
Yeah, this is the first race I think where all racers have managed to get 70%. So this is a close finish. We've had races that started off close but then drifted, but this one's a very close finish between all three racers. Oh, and I'm just noticing Garlips has even gone through the effort of doing shading on the logo.
Yeah, he's gone and tried to get that that sort of gradient yellow. It's more of a lighting effect, really, that the yellow's darker at the top than it is at the bottom. But yeah, he's really tried to reflect that in his depiction of the StruggleR official game.
Yeah, that's very cool. I think Garlips there actually used the like line tool and fill bucket to do that by the looks of it, because you can see a little bit of the lines like phasing through the blue bits where they shouldn't be. But I think that's a very efficient way of using the tools to do that.
I think so. It's probably the best way he could have done that once you'd filled it in with yellow and been like, oh shit, I need to, add more depth. You could redraw it all, which is very slow, or you could do what Garlips has done, which is significantly faster.
All I know about football is foot plus ball, says Yosh. Well, apparently, like, all I know about football is apparently, like, you're supposed to, like, carry it, and you run, and you go all the way over a line, and then you, like, kick it between two posts.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's what Matt went to go see, right?
Yeah, of course.
I'm being booed off stage right now.
By someone who likes American football, by the way.
I know what football is. I was just making a joke. No.
Alright, you're not allowed to be funny on the StruggleR stage.
No.
Strictly forbidden. I only really watch one sport, and that's rugby. And with how England does in rugby at the moment, I'm not sure I really want to watch that anymore.
You know what? I'm the same exact way. And with how Scotland is doing in rugby at the moment, I'm very happy.
Yes. There is that. I am half Scottish, so maybe I just swap.
Yeah, you can just like switch sides.
Am I saying wrestling isn't a sport? It's not a sport in the traditional sense, not the kind of wrestling that I watch. It's more entertainment. It is sporty. It requires a great deal of athleticism, but it is more entertainment than it is sport. I would say.
I've watched a lot of a surprising amount of sumo wrestling.
Oh. There was a was it last year they were at the Royal Albert Hall?
Oh really? I didn't know about this.
Yeah, Japan actually had one of its major sumo, not major, I think it was major for us because we don't have any, but they had a sumo event in London at the Royal Albert Hall.
That's awesome. I don't keep up with sumo wrestling that much, but every now and again I'll get like a sumo wrestling video in my YouTube feed and I'll look at it. And it's just nice to sit back and watch two almost naked, really big guys grab each other.
I'm not one to disparage people for liking sport. If me saying I only watch rugby came across like I was trying to portray it as the only sport worth watching, I don't get it like that. There's a lot of sport I will passively watch, and even football. The reason I don't like football has nothing to do with the actual sport. It has everything to do with the way people behave around the sport.
Yeah, that's fair. People get really serious about sports, but I'm like you. I'm more of a passive enjoyer of it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch people demonstrate athletic ability. That is a fun thing.
Oh yeah,
it's been a thing that we as humans have enjoyed for a very long time.
You know, I find like the much more like simple sports really entertaining to watch. Like just the ones where like it's not like you don't have to know the rules. It's just like, you know, it's just a sprint. You can understand that someone runs and whoever runs the fastest for the allotted distance wins.
Yeah.
It's just a pure test of one single ability.
An ability that at one point in our evolution was very important to us.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also get some stuff like the pole vault, which is probably not important to us at some point in evolution. But it's still very fun to watch.
Tater's currently not very happy. Would you like to tell us why you're not very happy, Tater? I think I know.
We've angered Tater.
We haven't.
Or maybe one of our racers has angered Tater. It's almost getting there. Like this image got so like there was a lot of points very early on because I think that was mainly due to just having the pencil tool early on allowed these racers to get a really good start.
I was genuinely worried at the start of the race because they were making such good progress that I thought, oh, here we go, it's another 30-minute image. But they've slowed right down to the point where I actually think this image can be completed, because X is at almost 78% with 15 minutes remaining. But even if it doesn't, players will have all felt like they've made a good progress.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of color in this image that's really easy to get, but then there's a lot of color that's really difficult to get. Like, you know, the background is fairly simple, so that's easy to do. The text is fairly simple, you can do that pretty easily. But once you get to actually doing the people, then that's where the difficulty spikes, and then you start to slow down.
Oh, Tater's expression on Hex Trees is so striking. Even when he zooms out, you can see it. Oh, look at those eyes. Look at those eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Terrifying. DMAC again going for the more like abstract artist approach. If you have a look, he's filling in colors in ways that represent shapes without just trying to draw a face.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where you're going to get the majority of your points from. But it does kind of like, there's a point where you're going to have to start filling in those details if you want to make any more progress.
And I think that that's where his wall has really gotten him in the last 3 races, really. You know, he does well, and then he's just, I don't know if he doubts his ability or if it's just inexperience with the tool because he hasn't had the opportunity to practice. He's a bit like, well, what do I do now? And the answer is get in on the detail, but he's not quite making that transition.
And I guess it is somewhat unintuitive as well, because then it's like, oh, you know, these details are so small, it doesn't matter if I don't fill them in. But because there's so many of them, they really add up, and you have to just take the points where you can get them, because 80% is a really like high margin. It's a really high barrier to actually meet. You have to like get your image really well done in order to actually meet that.
Yeah, and it does vary on the type of image. We found that cartoon characters tend to look a little bit better. But by the time you reach that 80% threshold, usually you have like a decent image to show for it, because that threshold is so high.
I think it's mainly, you were saying this before, the amount of colors in the image really matters. Like, if an image is made up of like, you know, not that many colors in big blocks, then it's pretty easy. But, you know, something like a photo, the detail on that is so like immaculate. Like every pixel is like a slightly different color from the other ones around it. And being able to actually do that well in like, you know, an MS Paint of all things is really difficult. It's not easy what we've subjected these people to. You don't call it StruggleR for nothing.
Well, and we say that, but it's also what makes the race fun, I think. Because this is a race that, you know, and Hex disclosed this in the thing, you know, he has some actual difficulties with, like, perceiving, I believe it was colour. He has some difficulties perceiving colour. It was something to do with art. But it's still accessible. You don't have to be an artist to race within this context. Lots of artists are picking up this race. There's loads of videos on YouTube of artists doing it, but you don't have to be an artist to perform in this race, and I think that has its own beauty of sort of making art feel a bit more accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone can, make a piece of art. You just gotta dedicate some time to it, and it can come out. It might not come out perfect, but it's gonna come out pretty good if you know what you're doing. You just gotta have a goal. You gotta stick to it, and you gotta just go with it and make colors happen. And yeah, I think that we mentioned it at the very beginning, but it brings to mind Bob Ross, and his whole ethos was, anybody can paint. You just got to pick up the brush and make some intentional strokes, and you can end up with something that, maybe you thought that you could never do, but it's possible.
There you go. I scrolled up in the forum chat because obviously I was talking about a player and I didn't want to misrepresent what they said. Hex has got deuteranopia, which is red-green color blindness.
Oh, okay. I can see why that might introduce some difficulties here. But it is very helpful having that little guidance of you can try a color, and then the game will tell you, no, this color's off. This isn't what we're looking for. And then you can be like, oh, okay. So I'll try something different then. The color picker, I imagine, helps a lot with Hex then.
I think so. And he does use it quite a lot. I think we've seen Hex, big fan of the color picker. And you can see right now he's going in on the StruggleR, and he's actually neatening it up right down at the pixel level, which is that we haven't really seen either of our racers focus on stuff in quite the same way.
Yeah, you definitely need a really good attention to detail when tackling something like this. The devil's in the details, as we've pointed out many times, especially towards this end game. Also, I've just noticed I haven't looked at Garlips' screen for a while. I'm loving Garlips' Matt. Garlips had given Matt a lovely little face there.
It's a lot less angry than Hextree's Matt.
Yeah. Garlips' Matt looks more tired. It's oh, he's still drawing me. Oh my goodness.
Nobody else really wants to dare to draw Doggy Tater though. Only Hextree has performed that honor.
Yeah, we can't see it unfortunately, but we'll get a good shot of it once Hextree zooms out, I'm sure.
Almost certainly. Garlips is working on fish now.
At some point, Garlips' image looked like a collection of U.S. presidents, almost like Mount Rushmore of strugglers.
The Mount Rushmore of strugglers. When I was putting this game cover to... Yosh tricked me. Yeah, the game logic percent has reached 80%. That has nothing to do with the race. But well done for tricking me. Yeah, when I was putting this cover together, I was hoping someone would look at it and go, Mount Rushmore.
I mean, it's all the icons of the StruggleR community, immortalized in this in this MS Paint drawing.
And I would have liked more. If you're not included in this image, it's not because I don't like you. I used literally every single image that Garlips gave me. So if you're not in the image, it's because Garlips didn't give me your image. So blame Garlips.
If you really wanted to throw them a bone, you could have put like my avatar in there somewhere. It's just white mostly and a little bit of orange. Although that might have been a bit too trivial. Where's the struggle in that?
Maybe it's not that Garlips didn't like you, Tan. Maybe it's that Garlips wanted to respect your privacy. Knowing full well that I was going to use the images to make something about to be streamed.
Would you really, if you wanted your face desecrated like poor Taters here?
Oh no, I would have been nice to Tan.
Okay.
Tan's a friendship
you would have been
friend.
nice. You would have been nice, but we don't know about these painters' depictions.
That is true.
That's out of our control.
That is very true.
Although Garlips has made a very nice pledge to not draw a cock and balls and has kept to that promise. Garlips has like 3.5 minutes to break that promise to us.
Tan says D would have been mean. It's how the friendship works. Well, yes, you two have a special bond.
I think out of all of these racers, I think DMAC has done everyone probably the most justice. It's been, the nicest when painting everyone's faces.
DMAC has never sought out to cause offense. Is how I would describe it.
That's a good ethos to have. Hextree really trying to nail in these details in the eye there.
He's
and the
so
hair as
close.
Well. Yeah, it's 2 minutes 30. Can Hextree cross the line? Just has to find a little bit more. It's still got like 0.7% to go though. Needs to really speed up if they want to make this. Hextree really, I think Hextree, we've shown Hextree as like a master of the details here. And that really matters when you get into like these last moments.
He just understands how, it feels weird that I'm phrasing this like it's a tournament or a meta, but he does just understand how the meta game of like end game paint works. Because there's been many times where the early stages, someone else is ahead, and even in the previous one, Garlips was ahead by quite a bit at one point. But Hex just understands the process of getting to the end in this specific type of race.
It's like the tortoise and the hare. Hextree is not necessarily, running out the gate, immediately taking the lead, but will get there eventually. Whereas these other runners, they get to a point where they're like, well, I'm not sure what more detail I can add right now. I'm running out of options here. Whereas Hextree is always able to find some little nook that can be improved.
Now entering our final 30 seconds of the entire race now at this point. $15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is our race. Let's tell the races. Racers, please put down your pencil or paint brushes. We have reached the hour mark on our final piece of art for our final draw.
I would like to apologise to Mr. Matt Internet for making him look like Del Boy.
we were
I don't
very
think the podcast all involved.
we were very complimentary about your representation of Mr. Matt because there was a very different representation done by someone else.
Oh. Also, Fish is a Moai statue in my picture.
Yeah, I really liked the sort of communist poster shading you did on Decky's face as well.
Yeah.
But for our fourth and final draw, in third place with 72.781%, it is DMAC.
It's going to be a close one.
Second place with 76.522%, it's Garlips. And it felt heartbreaking to stop him, but the rules are the rules. In first place with 79.754%, it's Hextree.
Well done, Hex.
GG.
We did consider it. We were like, should we just let him? But no, the rules are the rules. So that is our fourth and final draw. How did you
Can I
find
just say
it?
that Tater's face was a mystery. Every time I put a colour on it, it went wrong. So this is what I have left. This is his face, apparently.
Hex is zooming in on what he drew.
I look forward to seeing everyone's pictures when I watch the
I
VOD.
think Hex is looks like a dog wearing like a Halloween mask.
So once again, do please save your images, and then as the race is concluded, feel free to distribute them as it was Tater who requested that you do that. I'm not sure he still wants you to do that after some depictions of his face.
I think he wants them for SEAI working on a new feature, and I think these images might be useful with that. That's all I can. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but that's all I'll say for now.
Okay. Yes. So, how did you find the fourth and final image?
Really good, fun. Lots of fucking trees and shadows, but yeah, very enjoyable. It was nice. Like, it was nice to do the logo as well. That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you all had
a lot.
Yeah,
of
there's a
fun
nice
trees.
variety of the textures.
Yeah, so this one I had to build from scratch. I literally went to a stock image database and was like, give me generic game background stock image, please. And I just built it up from there. You all had a different approach to drawing StruggleR. Garlips, you actually went even for like the gradient of like the darker yellow to the lighter yellow.
Yeah.
And you did that all zoomed out. Hex zoomed right in and spent what felt like forever really making it look really nice. DMAC, would you like to tell everyone what you did?
Yeah, I made the pencil as big as possible, and
just wrote the word StruggleR.
just wrote the word StruggleR.
It was beautiful to witness.
Yeah, you just had the yellow. You didn't have any of the blue.
Over the court. Well, I started filling in the blue on the R.
That's true. I did notice that. I appreciated that little detail.
I was looking for fractions of percentages. I was going to start going through the zoomed in blue at some point.
I had a Sophie's Choice, and I'm glad it didn't come up, because if we unlocked text, I was strongly considering writing StruggleR in the font because I have the font on my system. And then I thought, I'd probably get boned for doing that. So I'm glad that I didn't unlock text in the end.
Oh, that would have been devious.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I did already
Actually
tell.
use the fonts from your system.
Yeah.
Does it?
Oh wow.
That's...
It asks permission, but once you allow it, it'll use fonts you've got, yeah.
I mentioned a super secret fifth image that we're obviously not going to draw, but if you wanted to know what it was, it is this. Remember, it was an image selected of Rage. That is from Katamari.
Yeah, I think that one would have been a nightmare.
It was meant to be. It was meant to be. It was, like I said, the fifth image I selected in a world where you beat them all in 10 minutes, and I was angry at you.
Oh yeah, that would have been something.
It would have been horrific. I know.
Oh, it's in the channel. Oh, Jesus Christ! Wow.
Yeah. The stream probably want to see it as well.
Yeah, put it on the stream.
There you go. That is what their fifth and final image would have been had I been angry at them. But don't worry, they don't actually need to draw it. So we're going to go on over to the podium, but I have some checking to do first. Yeah, we're going to go on over to the podium. Yosh is calling me cruel and unusual. Hobbytan saying that would have been beastly. Yeah, it was not meant to be nice. But here we are. We are finally at the podium. And we can announce that I've gone with, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I've gone with, for a tiebreaker, the aggregate percentage of the two people without any wins.
Okay, I could have saved you doing that because I think have I always been second?
Yes.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me what a tiebreaker was, so I've assumed it was the aggregate percentage, which you have won. Anyway, in third place, with a valiant attempt, and I will say, DMAC, if this was a popularity contest, people really enjoyed your art the most as like an actual approach to drawing art. So, of course, in third place, it's DMAC.
It's been an honor. I had a great time.
I want to say incredible progress for only having played it once before the race. Like, that's insane.
Well, people
I've had
did
more practice
remark,
than you. A lot more.
People did remark exactly that, DMAC, in that you looked like you were just enjoying being there, and that was a big part what kept people really interested in the race, actually.
And if this ever comes back for next year, I will be ready.
I think it almost certainly is, because there are multiple people in chat who have expressed an interest, as well as the people who have enjoyed being part of this one. I think this is going to be one of those races where people are actively fighting each other to be a part of, which would be fun. We might have to have like a paint heat to see who qualifies for the actual paint StruggleR race, which would be fun. In second place, they fancied their chances, and for the third and fourth images, they almost had it. It is Garlips.
To come close enough to tag.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, just the image popping up like scared me.
To be this close, to be clutching at the edge of Hex's shirt as he romps to victory with a 4 clean sweep. I'm happy with that. On a different day with different images, who knows? So yeah, sign me up for next time.
Excellent. And then lastly, our champion, remaining undefeated even in the world of Paint.js. It is the undisputed champion of StruggleR. It's Hextree.
GG.
So, Hex, did you foresee a clean sweep? You won all 4 images.
No, not at all. I definitely didn't expect a clean sweep.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you all participated. I'm glad you all had fun. How did you find the images as an entity? Were they at least permissible?
Yeah, I enjoyed them. I love the memes. So the memes carried me through sometimes when I was kind of getting a bit exasperated trying to work out a shade of, a slightly different shade of green or brown. But yeah, overall, they were great. A nice difficulty range as well. I'd say the Mina one was probably the easiest, which shows because Hex actually finished that one. Yeah, enjoyable.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I think with a better tool selection, GTA would have been a much better seed than
Yeah.
to be. But it was still very very enjoyable to try and figure that one out.
Yeah, personally, that was the one that I enjoyed watching the most because it showed you having to take like a different approach to how you would usually do it.
Yeah, that's what I was good. So when I look at my GTA one, that's the one I'm most proud of because it was like through the most adversity.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can see that. I had fun making those images. I was particularly proud of like the lovers that I'd done with Garlips and Kylorian in the GTA one. Quite like the Tatercopter as well. And how good did 16-bit Hyper Turbo look?
I know,
holding
16-bit
an
looks
assault
like
rifle?
it looks like he belongs on the cover, which is
Yeah.
the most raddest thing I can think of, which is 16-bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw some incredible Grand Theft Auto text from Garlips as well.
That's the bit I'm most proud of is the logo.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. So all that remains for us now is to do our shout-outs. DMAC, well done for joining this race and giving it your all, despite it being a last-minute entry for you. You really did perform valiantly. Where can people find you and the things that you do?
Thank you, thank you. I can be found at twitch.tv/DMAC, working around the Wheel of Struggle Discord or on Hobbytan's stream on a Saturday night. Not tonight, of course, because we're racing. Yeah, a lot of speedrunning, play harder games. Apparently, I'm going to learn how to paint.
Yeah, all great things. Garlips, this is my third time asking you this in a row and the fifth race in a row, but where can people find you and the things that you do?
Well, you can find me at the next StruggleR race where I will not be competing. Thank God. But yeah, like I said yesterday, the big shout out for me is literally in about 24 hours, I'm going to start my 24-hour live stream for my birthday. So twitch.tv/Garlips all through Monday. If you're about, pop in, see what kind of craziness we're getting up to. And yeah, the birthday stream is always special and lots of people come through. So I'd love to see you there.
Excellent, lovely. Hextree, where can people find you and the things that you do?
Hextree _ on Twitch. I usually do all the wheel games over the course of the year, and I guess I may well do some more paint matches because I mean we have graphics artists in the Discord, so like next season maybe far tougher competition.
Excellent. Well, none of this would have been survivable without our comms professional, Randomized TV. Randomized, where can people find you and the stuff that you get up to?
Thanks. You can find me at all of the places, mainly YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky. I'm Randomized TV with an S, not a Z. Notably, you might be able to find me on the Mystery Funhouse channel doing blind racing every now and again. Actually, in the mystery tournament, I'm still in it, despite the fact that a lot of people have been knocked out. So maybe you'll see me even win that tournament. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Probably not, but you'll have to tune in to find out, I suppose.
Excellent. And of course, I've been Lovin' Floofin', and you can find me in the Wheel of Struggle. You can find me at the Albion Speedrun Collective, and you can find me in Populous Reincarnated. Whatever your poison, if for some sadistic reason you wish to seek me out, that is how you do it. So, we have already had it mentioned. We're actually going into a little bit of a break. We're going to take exactly a week off, as Garlips obviously has his birthday stream, and some of us who have hosted and raced in 5 races in a row need a little break. But when we come back, it's going to be another debut. So Silver debuted in the Wheel of Struggle the previous season, and now they're making their debut in StruggleR. They're going to be taking me on in an RNG gauntlet, which is 4 games that have some form of RNG element in them, and hopefully they'll defeat me. Then we go for another week's break, and when we return, it will be with the true chaos that is the Sonic the Hedgehog Ring Shuffler. Did you think our classic Sonic race yesterday was fun? Well, what if every time Sonic picks up a ring, the game changes? Yep, I'll leave you to process that one. Then undefeated Hextree takes on undefeated Wugger in Stalker. So that will be the end of at least one person's undefeated streak. So you are going to want to see that. Then it's on the July calendar. It's the 1st of August. There's going to be a 3 versus 3 power wash simulator where the Clappers take on Team Squeaky Clean. And that's a big race with a big push of support from the actual power wash community. It's probably the biggest race we've put together in terms of like moving parts. So it's very excited to see how well that goes. I'm sorry for the amount of penises that may be drawn. Following on from that, we've got the Zoota versus All with Mr. Mass special sauce that makes it extra spicy. Then we've got Ass Effect, which is a race to get Shepard laid 3 times, which, you know, is an important part of Mass Effect. We've got Sonic Adventure, Blind Picross, Balatro, The Launcher Lockout Bingo, Crash Bandicoot Warped, a NES Mystery Game Shuffler, a Half-Life 2 race which features a lot of gnome carrying. There will be a mystery race, a Disney relay as well, and that will be August. You'll get more detail on each individual race as we get closer to them. Then September ends with a Subnautica Bingo, a Trials Fusion race, and then the Ascension Grudge match between Garlips and Tater84, one of whom has been very active in the chat this evening.
You should be practicing.
He should be practicing. I will, of course, do our final shout out to the Wheel of Struggle itself. It's a gaming group that play different games every week based on a wheel spin. We compete for points that belong to the Fish Daddy, and at the end of the season we give them back, but we get the honour, if we win, of putting an asterisk in our name. If that sounds special to you, look us up at wheelofstruggle.com or find us on YouTube or Twitch as Wheel of Struggle, and you can find us on Blue Sky as well, and we have a Discord. All of those usual places. Now it's our raid out. Where are we going?
Doodles is live. I'll just check and see if there's anybody else. No.
No, there's this really cool live channel called Wheel of Struggle.
You never want to raid into yourself. It's the classic Ouroboros situation.
You'll be stuck forever. Shall
we
raid into Doodles then? Can you cue that up?
Yeah, Doodles is the only one I really see on the list. I will sort that out for you.
But thanks for joining us, everyone, on this lovely paint race. It's been special.
That was a grand old time. I just got to sit and listen to some music and draw.
It was extremely chill. I very much enjoyed it.
Yep.
How
did the music work out for chat? Did chat like the music we selected?
They didn't acknowledge it. I did change to a different set of songs for each picture.
They were so locked into the painting.
I was a bit lazy. I was a bit lazy about it. So one of them changes 17 minutes into the picture. But either way, the music just kept it feeling professional instead of sitting in silence.
Fantastic. Well, I think we're ready to raid. We're ready to raid now. Bye, everyone.
Excellent. Bye, everyone.
Bye.